So, hi everyone. It's really nice to be finally on stage and the nervous waiting is over. Before I start, I want to talk a little bit about myself. My name is Joe. I'm from Austria. I've been working in the 3D business for over 20 years now. I was working with Maya for a long time and I switched to Blender 4 years ago and never looked back, basically. Yeah, thank you. I work in Austria at a design company that's called Kiska. So Kiska is a design company and basically designs the motorbikes we will see today. I'm not a designer, I'm just a visualizer, a render guy, but nevertheless, we do great work. At Kiska, there work around 250 people, as I said, mostly designer. Most of them are based in Austria, some are in the US, and some are in China. My visualization department is fairly small, but we manage. A few years ago, when I started at Kiska, we already used of this motorcycle CAD data to create some online configurators. But as our images got better and better, KTM, so I forgot to mention KTM is the motorcycle company, it's one of our biggest clients. And as our images got better and better, KTM decided to stop taking studio pictures for some of their motorbikes and start to use our renderings. So nowadays, most of the renderings you see on the web page or when they release a new motorcycle are actually not photographs, but are renderings. Yeah, and this is what I want to talk about today. I want to show you how our pipeline works and what steps you have to do to get from the CAD data to the final images. Most of the time when I tell people what I do, they ask me, so you have to create the motorbikes yourself? And I tell them, no, I get everything, I get all the CAD data. This is actually the data they use to produce the real motorbikes. So basically it doesn't get more perfect when it comes to modeling. And so people say, you only have to press a button. And I say, yeah, sure, I only have to press a button. Actually it looks like this. So I press the button. And if those people think they know a thing or two about 3D, they go like, yeah, you have to use an HDR image, because if you light something with an HDR, it's always good. So you use an HDR, you get something like this. Then they say, yeah, well, there are no materials on the bike. It's clear that it doesn't look good. So let's put on some materials. I think you're getting my point by now. Even though if you have the best data available, it doesn't mean that you get a good image in the end. But if you put in a lot of effort and work, you maybe get something like this. And to give you an idea about the data we use, those motorbike models consist of around 12 to 20 million polygons. It depends on the bike we visualize. And the harder part of it is that we have around 3,000 to 5,000 different objects in those scenes. So it's a lot of data we have to handle. Here just to show you some examples of the work we do. Most of the time we have a studio rendering setup. We do images of the complete motorbikes. We do close-up shots of the bikes. We do images just of some parts of the bikes. And we also do images where we cut up things, like we cut up the engine and we show the inner workings, or we cut up the suspension and so on. So our basic pipeline looks like this. We get the CAD data from KTM, from our engineers, from our surface modelers. We have to convert this data, then we import it into Blender. In Blender, we have to clean up everything and prepare everything for the next steps. In the next steps, we create the shaders. We assign all the materials to those 5,000 different objects. We create groups or collections. We render everything in cycles, and then we do the post-production. The post-production we actually do not do in Blender, we do it in Nuke, because it turned out that Blender is a little bit too slow because we have really high-res images, and unfortunately, as I said, Blender is too slow. Nuke is also really slow when it comes to compositing and those high-res images, but it's the way we have right now. Okay, so let's come to the first point, the conversion and the import. As you probably know, CAD data consists of NURB surfaces, and Blender and NURB surfaces, as we already heard a few times on this Blender conference, don't go together very well. So we have to convert the data before. And we do this conversion with the help of Alias Studio and Maya. Yes, you heard correct. We use Maya just for conversion. That's the only thing we use Maya for. And after this conversion, we get an FBX file, and we can import this FBX file into Blender. And then we get something like this. So this is part of a data set of a bike, and it looks good at the beginning when you look at it. But if you would be able to move the viewport around, you would experience some serious performance issues because something in this scene is not right. Fortunately, with Blender 2.8, we now can use the Workbench engine, and we switch the shading mode to assign a random color to every surface that's in the scene. And for this kind of problems we have in this scene, we can easily spot what's the case. So if I just select this one part, I can see that, so this is an engine cover, and this is actually a really complex part, especially on the backside of the object that we unfortunately can't see right now. We have a lot of surfaces. And that's the way that NURBS models are constructed. They are constructed with super many surfaces. And when we have complex models like this one, sometimes the converter doesn't know what to do, so it just does nothing. And we end up with a part like this. This part alone has 3,500 different meshes, and that causes the performance issues. So sometimes when we import the whole engine and we get it like this, we wait for the import alone, I think, an hour or so. And it's just because the surfaces are not stitched. The solution is simple. We just join all the surfaces together. In-house, we have a little tool that can run this process over the complete data set of the motorbike. So only the surfaces get stitched that need to be stitched, and the rest is left alone. But as I said, it's a huge performance boost because otherwise the scenes are just much too slow. So, but there's still additional work we have to do before we can start with the render stuff. So we delete or we hide all the data we don't need. For example, the inner parts of the engine, nobody needs to see that in that kind of image. Or if we have objects that are below the seat or below the fairing, we can just hide those parts and we don't have to think about it anymore. Then we hide all the empties. That's another big performance issue because every little screw on this bike has a lot of empties attached that position the screw in space. So just by hiding all those empties, we get a big performance boost. Then we also have to model a lot of things ourselves. For example, all the tires. So all the tires you see on the bikes are modeled in Blender. It's sometimes a really nice work, and sometimes it can be a pain in the ass. Then we have to remodel all the seats because CAD data of seats just is not looking organic enough. It's not looking like a good surface, or if you have a nice fabric that's sewn together. So we remodel all the seats. We also do all the welding on the frames and on the exhausts. So when you see some welding lines where some metal parts are welded together, this is also done in Blender. And those are small things, but they create a big boost in realism. And finally, we have to create the cables. Not all of them, some are in the data, but a lot of those cables that are in the images are also created in Blender. And this can be hard work sometimes because we don't really know where those cables start and end, so we have to ask the engineers what's happening on the bike. Yeah, and with this part out of the way, we can start creating collections or groups, whichever depends on the Blender you're working with. So we create collections to group together certain parts of the bike. For example, we have the upper fork, we have the frame, we have front tire, back tire, and so on. This enables us to start a new Blender scene, link all those collections in the new scene. We get a new Blender file with a small scene size and a handleable amount of collections. And with the help of those collections, we can easily make different variations of the bike. For example, in this case, we have 2 different colors of the bike. So we can just exchange this one collection that contains the different fairings and we have 2 versions. In other cases, we can exchange the whole engine, or we can exchange the exhaust or the seat. And of course, we can also rig the bike. We have a fairly simple bike rig that allows us to position the bike in space. We can also animate it a little bit with moving tires. We can change the suspension. We can change the steering. But it's really easy. It's just for us to play around a little bit and to show the guys who don't know what this is. Yeah, so now the main preparation things are already done. It takes about 2 weeks to get to that point. And then we can start with the material creation and the shading. So I write here the fun part starts, but actually it's not always fun, because when you look at the bikes, there are a lot of dark plastic materials, and they all look nearly the same. But when you look a little bit closer, you can see that they are all different. So they all have different textures, they have different bump maps, they have different variations in roughness, and they have different shades of black. So they are all basically black, but they are all different. And this is where it really gets hard. And it's the same with metals. So we also have a lot of metals, of course, on the bike. They also look nearly the same, are all different. And all the parts have to, they shouldn't look, they should look new because the bike is new, but not super new because it's not 3D software new. So we have to create a lot of textures that just have tiny variations in roughness, and with these tiny variations in roughness, we create a sort of depth in the materials, and we give the materials a little bit more character. We also have a lot of scratches and things inside, but we should not go overboard with those effects, because it happened to us that we had to retouch the final images that we did, because the client said that the bikes look too old, basically. So as much fun as it is, don't overdo it in substance. No, I have to say to myself, don't overdo it in substance. Here have a short video where we can see a few of the shaders. The basic shader setup we use is fairly simple. Most of the time we just use PBR shaders. Sorry, not PBR shaders, I mean principal shaders with PBR materials attached. So we use Substance Painter and Designer to create a lot of textures, but we mostly only box map those textures because it would just be too much work to create UV coordinates for parts like this, would be too much work. We also use a lot of Blender procedural textures that we created, and for some more complex materials we use a kind of Übershader that I did in Blender. That it's also basically a PBR shader, but has a lot of things built inside that we need in our day-to-day life. So for example, with this Übershader, it's easy for us to create car paint materials. So we have built-in flakes. We can create special metallic effects with it, and clear coat effects, and so on. But basically, those are simple PBR shaders. It's all in the textures. Basically, it's all in the roughness textures. They just have to be good, and then the material looks good. Okay, with all the textures out of the way and all the shaders assigned, we can start with probably the hardest part of everything, with the lighting. Or as I call it here, the art of defining shapes, because that's basically what it is. Let's go back to the bike from the beginning. The thing with studio light setups is that it looks super easy when it's done. So the final image should look really effortless. Basically, you should look at the image and think, that's a nice motorbike. You shouldn't see the amount of lights that are in this scene, and you shouldn't see all the effort that went into this light. The purpose of the studio light is that we show the surfaces. We should show the volumes of the bike. We should show all the shapes. You should see the quality of the materials, but you should not see the work that the 3D artist did. And if you did your job good, then basically that's what you get. So somehow in the end, you should see the vision that the designer had when he first started drawing the first sketches of this bike. Sorry, forgot something. For example, when you look at this image, take a look at the reflection on the tank, take a look at the reflection on the fairing, on the front fender. We have highlights on the frame, we have highlights on the exhaust, We have backlights on the rims and on the tires. So actually there's a lot going on in this image, but you should not be able to see how much lighting was really done. It should look simple. The way we do our lighting is we use area lights. They have a little shader attached that creates soft edges on the light, because those soft edges just make much nicer reflections. You know, if you get these normal area light reflections, you get just rectangles on the surfaces. And if you have more than one area light, you get more rectangles on surfaces that overlap. That does not really look good. And normally we have around 4 to 6 different area lights in such a scene. If we need more than 6 area lights, we know that something is wrong with our positioning of the lights, and then we have to start all over again. And we use a few spotlights just to create some highlights on special parts of the bike. I want to show you now 3 short movies. The first shows a possible way how we start the lighting process. For you to better understand what's happening, I just put one material on the whole bike, so it's just one dark material. And so in this first movie, you see when I introduce the first light into the scene, the first light is really important because it creates kind of a baseline for the whole lighting. The first light should create the main reflection on the bike, in this case probably on the tank and on the fairing. And after we have positioned the first light, we can go from there. Now the problem is, motorbikes have very complex shapes. On cars, for example, you have very few visible surfaces. And most of those surfaces were just designed to create nice reflections. On a motorbike, there's a lot of things going on that are out in the open. So you see the engine, you see parts that you normally wouldn't see that are not really designed for creating reflections. And so you have a lot of objects that look in very different directions, and they are always ready to pick up some reflection that you really want to have in the final image. And that's what makes it hard. In this case, now I hope that the loop is over soon. In this case, when I start with the first light, you see that sometimes I get a nice reflection on the tank, but the same light creates a not so nice reflection maybe on the front fender. When I move the light a little bit, I get maybe a nice reflection on the front fender, but no good reflection on the tank anymore. So I have to reposition the light until I get a good reflection, and then I can start with the second light. And as soon as I introduce the second light, I get a second reflection that's doing something that I don't want. It can overpower the first reflection, but remember, the first reflection is my main one, so I really want to keep this. And it just can change completely how the lighting in the scene works. So every time I put in a new light, I really have to watch out not to create any reflections that I don't want to see in the image. And that's especially hard when it comes to bikes. In this image, you see the difference between the normal area light and the area light with the soft edges that we use. So this would be the normal area light, and now the light with the soft edges. Basically what those soft edges do is that they create a nice gradient in the reflection, so that you not get just one white or gray rectangle as reflection, but you get a nice gradient reflection and borders that are not too hard. We have the possibility to make these borders harder or softer, but you have to be very careful, because if you make the borders too soft, you create a reflection that looks soft, and that means that the material looks different than before. Because if the material has a high roughness value, it creates a soft reflection. And we have to be careful when we use a light that creates a soft reflection, because we don't want to alter the way that the material is perceived. So now everything is done. We have a few lights in the scene. I can start adding the main light. I can start adding rim lights, backlights, a light for the front, a light for the back, a light for the tires, and so on. And we start to get an image that looks really nice. Sometimes with a lot of images, I don't know what I'm doing anymore in this scene. And when that's the case, I just turn one light to a different color. In this case, I turn the light to red. And then I can easily spot which part of the bike this light influences. So if I want to change something in the end, I still can do it. if I don't change the light color, it's really hard for me to tell what this light is doing. Okay, and I see the rendering already started. So we are not getting ready to render, but we already rendered. And just there, it's not really that fast in real life, of course. Just to get some facts of our renderings, we render, of course, everything in cycles. Our standard resolution is 6K by 4K, so it's fairly big. It's also 6K by 4K when we do the detail shots. That's why the materials have to be really good. We mostly use Cryptomatte. It's a big time saver now that we have Cryptomatte. Sometimes we also use diffuse and glossy passes, but it depends what we want to do in the post. We use full float EXR files as our file format with an zip-S compression. For the nerds in here, zip-S compression is just much faster when you use Nuke compared to the zip compression. 90% of our images are rendered on the GPU, again, because it's just so much faster than the CPU. And just sometimes when we use a lot of displacement maps on the tires, for example, because we didn't have time to model the tires, then we have to create some displacement maps. Then we render everything on the CPU because it does not fit in the GPU memory anymore. And the render times we have are between 30 and 90 minutes per frame on a machine with 3 Titan X GPUs built inside. And now I can't remember anymore if I mentioned it in the beginning. We have to create around 200 to 300 images every year. So when you count in all the test renderings, then the render times really sum up. Okay, now we can start with the post-production, and we switch everything over to Nuke. So before we start with the color correction, I want to get something out of the way concerning the view transform. And if Troy Sobotka listens to this, please be gentle with me. I'm sure I'm saying something wrong now, because nobody really understands what's going on there. But this is just how we do it and how it works for us. So in Blender, of course, we use the filmic view transform to get this nice look, to get the nice highlight roll-off and a lot of dynamic range in the image and so on. Now, because we render EXR files, we get a linear encoded image, so we lose this nice filmic transform. So we have to recreate the filmic look in Nuke. Fortunately, that should be fairly simple because we have OCIO, so Open Color I/O, and we can use, with the help of an Open Color I/O node in Nuke, we can use the same lookup tables that we used in Blender for creating the filmic look. So basically, we have exactly the same in Nuke, and we apply everything, and it looks good. Actually, it doesn't, but today I don't have the time to explain everything to you, but if you're interested, ask me later. Yeah, and that's what can happen in Nuke. We start creating a big node tree. It looks complex. It isn't in the end, because it's just a lot of color corrections of all those tiny parts on the bike. And I know that a lot of guys of you now think, yeah, why don't you do it right in the first place? Why don't you create the shaders that look the way you want it? Why do you have to do it in the post? Well, unfortunately, the materials never end up the way we want them to look. You know, even if you put the same shader on a part on the front of the bike and on a different part on the back of the bike, the same shader looks completely different because you have different lights on the front and on the back. And so that's what we have to compensate for. We have to change the exposure and the contrast on many different parts of the bike to get a nice look. And what's even more important, the bike has to look the same in every image that we do. So we have to color correct every image or every part for every image. You know, they sell the bikes with those images, so the colors have to be really accurate, the materials have to be accurate, otherwise KTM gets a lot of complaints. What you see here is Cryptomatte working. So if you don't know Cryptomatte, the parts that are shown in yellow are basically the masks you get. Yeah, so you see that we pick a lot of parts, do a lot of color corrections, but as I said, it's mostly just changing the exposure and just changing the contrast. And again, you have to be careful when you change the contrast too much, you also change the perceived roughness of the surface. So a material with a low roughness value has a high contrast. So if you change the contrast, you change basically the roughness value of the material. Sometimes you can use that to your advantage, because the shader was not correct. Good, then let's see what we can do in Nuke. And we start with this after Nuke image, because this was one of the first bikes that I did in high-res, and it was a classic example of we fix it in the post, because before Nuke it looked like this. So you can see, yeah, I had to color correct a lot, and now I'm thinking, I don't know what I did with my lighting setup, it was just horrible. This is another bike. This time, this is before Nuke. It already looks good. Some parts are a little bit too bright, but basically everything is there. After Nuke, you see the colors have changed a lot. The orange especially, that's really hard to get right in the rendering. And the contrasts of the bike also changed a lot. So it's super important for us to have a lot of control in the post-production. But we are still not finished, because the final finishing of our images we do in Adobe Lightroom. We do it in Lightroom because we have a lot of images and we need a good overview of all those images, because we have to make final adjustments sometimes in Lightroom. We have to adjust the brightness levels of the images and sometimes the contrast, so that all the images look the same in the end. Lightroom also has the advantage that we can easily export a lot of different formats very quickly. And for example, if I change something in Nuke and resave the file, all the Lightroom adjustments are again in Lightroom. I don't have to redo them anymore. And another big thing about Lightroom is this little slider that's called Clarity. I don't know if there are some photographers around here. Clarity is an effect that you can't do in Nuke, and also you can't do in Blender. It's mostly in RAW converters where you can do this kind of thing. Clarity changes the local contrast of the image, so it's the mid-tone contrast. It doesn't change the overall blacks and whites, but just the mid-tones, and that helps just to make some parts really pop. So when we look at this image before Lightroom and after Lightroom, this is before, it's already really nice, I think. This is after Lightroom, looks better, but when I zoom in a little bit, and now you look at the engine and the exhaust, you will see the big difference just with this little clarity slider. Those metals just look much better with an effect that's basically real time. Yeah, and so we are finally at the end of our pipeline. I want to say thanks for watching. I hope it was something interesting for you. By the way, we are hiring at the moment, so if you're interested in this kind of work, come to me and talk to me. And if you have any questions, please come to me as well. Thank you.
We hebben nog wel even zeker. Ja, juist. Ook al. Je hebt nog 2 minuten, jong. 2 volle minuten.
And thank you. Enjoy the remaining hours of the.
Yeah, I will.
You guys already have been briefed. Do you
Yes,
remember?
yeah,
about
I
how to
remember.
Stay on the stage, what to do. And
Do
stuff
we
like
do we
that?
have to separate, because sometimes we interact and everything. Like, can we like we more or less interact? Like, can we stand together in the middle? Like, our slides are like the layout and everything should not be a problem, to be honest.
The problem of layout is a problem of picture in picture.
Oh, okay.
For the people that are filming, you should be very clear who is talking to who.
True. Yeah. Okay.
I wouldn't be like, hey, so how was it? Was it difficult? No, it wasn't very
Ah,
Yeah, no, but you're good.
we can stand. Yeah. Right. Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining us, and thanks to Blender for giving us a spot in this apparently very huge theater.
He's Sam, I'm Thomas. We're from Ghent, Belgium, and we'd like to take you on our little adventure today.
Right. So since 2015, I've been working as an artist in the VFX and CG industry, and like many of us, probably, I have a little side project going on.
Yeah, and I've been working as a project manager, but especially in the websites and mobile apps industry. So these are my first steps into the world of animation and into the world of Blender. Before we start, just a small, well, on this screen, rather a huge disclaimer. This is no success story yet. We have tried a lot. We have tried a lot. We have failed a lot. And you all know those motivational talks on TEDx, on YouTube, wherever you go, about failure as a stepping stone to success. Well, we can't vouch for them. We aren't there yet. We hope they might be true, because then within a few years, we might experience success with this project. But not at the moment, yet. So, I hope we can resonate with a lot of you guys that have some side project going on and that are thinking about, should we go further with this? Should we stop with it? Or will it ever see the light of day? Well, we hope you will notice that what we talk in the rest of our talk will, you will know it. So, Sam, can you tell us a little bit about the project?
I actually can. So, Aslan is my short film project, and it's a CG short film where I tell a very personal story. And sadly, in that one sentence, I've basically summed up all of our problems as well.
Yeah, so it's CGI, and we want it to look good. So you are the expert, so you know what that means. We need the whole crew. We need very much people, a very large team. And yeah, that's difficult. It's a short film, so I don't know, anyone in the audience knows about the business plan for a short CGI movie that results in positive numbers?
That's not fair.
As far as I know, it doesn't exist. But, yeah, maybe. Then it's 6 minutes. It's only 6 minutes. That should be a good thing, but 6 minutes is still 360 seconds. If you multiply that with the average price of 1 second of animation, well, you roughly get the equivalent of to build a moderate house. And that's a lot of money. And last but not least, it's a personal story. So it's not made to put advertising in it. It's not made to have product placement, not made to put branding in it. So, yeah, we need a big team. We don't have a business plan. It's costly to be only 6 minutes. And we can't get money out of advertising. So, sorry, Sam, but it's impossible.
Are you giving up now? Like, can I at least try and show them like how we got where we are today? Cool, thanks.
Okay.
So, thank you. The story of Aslan is about a little boy that's growing up in a world that's a lot bigger than us. And for a child, this can be a very daunting thing to do. Like, you're growing up, you're having to find, your place in a world that's so much bigger, and it can be very scary. Like, okay, so this image is a lot spookier than I had in mind, but it's sort of like, it's sometimes what it can look like for a little child. And so basically, to remedy this, he likes to dream off, like during the day, like at school, as we all do, I think. And to do that, he has a little cardboard figurine of a knight that he made himself. And so yeah, he dreams off. But in the course of the story, at one point he loses it, and he discovers that he can't dream anymore. So then the story is about how he tries to get it back. So, I've always wanted to make a nostalgic short film. So it's set in the fall of 1995, and it's sort of like based on childhood memories, obviously, condensed in a charming story with a bit of slightly darker undertones. And while this is very much of an artist's approach, so it's very visual, and it's based on what I like to make as a 3D artist. So I've had to learn, basically, that what you want to tell with it is actually much more important, and story has to take priority over the visuals. Next, please. Thank you. So I was lucky enough to be working at a studio at the time where I had a lot of friends and colleagues who actually wanted to help out with this. But the remainder of work that's still left to do is too much for just me, and I certainly cannot do everything well. Like, I have my, what I dare to call expertise, and there's stuff that I'm really, really bad at. So, and also the fact that you still need, a full-time job to pay the bills and continue living, it doesn't really help in this regard. So that's when the overly realistic people that are always around us are telling us that side projects are there to bite dust. And that's when I basically turn into a person that prefers working off radar and think like, okay, so when I'm ready with this, it will amaze people, but later on, just let me work in quiet and basically. So yeah, you can see we really went for the really poetic slide titles today. Because starting a project for real is much of an emotional roller coaster. Who else can't sleep when they get in the zone in the middle of the night? I'm sure there's already a few hands. Okay, cool, really cool. This happened to me in the spring of 2016, which today I still mark as the start of this project. But to be fair, it also still happens like almost on a weekly basis. And I heard like on Thursday morning, there was this talk by Ian Hubert, who mentioned the thing called the deceptive free time unit. It's the area between you were planning to go to bed and the point at which you actually do. And I found my life to be like a collection of those. So that was very, very recognizable. This thing. I didn't even come up with a more poetic name for it because they already did. And our industry is very notorious for making you feel like a fraud. Because, so, I'm a 3D artist, and I'm all of a sudden calling myself a director. That's something that I did not go to school for, so am I qualified to do that? Like, I feel like I can do it. I watch a lot of movies, I know exactly what story I want to tell. And so I'm basically looking at these things, thinking I can try at least to do similar things, because apparently that's how you make movies. And before I actually get there, the only way of finding out whether or not I can do it is by trying. But that's when everyone else will tell you, like, fake it till you make it, because that's how that works. But when you're feeling down about this whole, industry pressure and everything, and how tiny you are within the whole concept of it, that faking part is really, really not easy. All right, so that's how the past 3 years went. It all had a certain goal. There was not a lot of focus, because it was just me. We managed to get some visual work done, because these people were helping me out and everything, but there was no project management, there was no pipeline, there was not even an overview, basically. And what I also noticed is that other short film projects, many of which are like, some of which are even here, the people who made them are here at the Blender conference, and they were lucky to have people around them that just want to make something. They want to make a short film. And what it's about, they will discover later on together. I'm not in that situation now, because this is a story that's based on my childhood and something I really want to tell with visuals that I really remember from when I was a kid. And if people want to help me out doing that, that's just because they love what they do. But they are not, dropping everything to just be able to be a part of this. So in order to stand a chance of even realizing a project on this scale, things have to get a little more official than what an artist likes to think about. Because you're asking people to work for you, and that's not always, evident.
And
So that's
why
when Thomas came into the picture.
I came into the picture. So I know Sam for 10 years or so right now. And I was searching in the beginning of this year for a new project, some creative thing to go for. And I know he was working on his side hustle on this project, and he was here in Amsterdam. And I was coming to Amsterdam for the FITC conference, and we met up in some fancy cocktail bar, and he told me the story of Aslin, which wasn't called Aslin at that time. And it was really a nice story. He showed me some artwork that was already done, that he did together with some friends, with colleagues. And I really liked it, and I was convinced, yeah, maybe I should pursue this and go with him and try to make it indeed a real adventure for us. So we looked together to see what was missing, because we had all those loose assets, and we didn't have the real overview. And as a project manager, I like that helicopter view. So Sam started to create the complete storyboard. Well, we had a part of it, but we made it complete. And so we got the nice pacing of the movie, and we knew what we needed. We got the asset list from that. We knew which profiles we needed to create that asset. We knew we could make the timing on it. We could make the complete estimation of it. So in the end, we had a full estimation, what budget we would need to create this movie. And all of a sudden, well, everything seemed very expensive then. So, yeah, in financing, I already told you, it was almost the equivalent to build a moderate house. And that's because, yeah, we need the modelers, the texturing artists, the production designer, the riggers, the layout artists, animators, sound engineers, the whole shebang. And even if we slightly underpay everyone, you know how that goes, and definitely ourselves, yeah, we still need a few €100,000. And that's a lot. So we went looking, where can we get that money? How can we get this started? We're from Belgium. We have a nice government there. Well, sometimes we have. And they have a nice support for projects like this. They have grants, and they can pay almost 50% of the budget you need, we can get from that grant. But it's not the first 50%. It's the second 50%. So before you can start, you have to prove, hey, we have half of it ready, and we have half of it in our pockets. But yeah, we can invest some of our own money, but our pockets aren't that deep. So we started looking further. How can we get that first half? So we need an investor. And we started checking with production companies, with producers. But there we faced rejection. We mostly got the no time answer. And that shouldn't surprise, since we're just two random guys, not connected with our names to one crazy project or a crazy movie we're working on. So we're just calling them or mailing them, hey, we have a nice idea, we don't have any money, we don't have a business plan, can you help us? It's for them not the most commercial thing to do. So, it's impossible.
Are you giving up again?
No, not really, but
Cool.
you certainly have the answer about what's next and how we are going there and how
I
we
might
are
have.
seeing that finish line.
I might have. So let me tell you what happened a couple of weeks ago. A couple of weeks ago, I went to the Playground Conference in Eindhoven, where I saw this great talk by Max Berman and Banks Boutet, who are a few industry veterans, basically. And the thing in their presentation, they talked about the same things, just they have a lot more experience. And the thing that struck me the most in their presentation was their focus on the fact that we can create without permission. And if there's anything that the Blender software stands for, that is that everyone should be able to make anything they want at any time. And within the frame of reference of a production pipeline, that one stage where that's the most true is the creation of the pitch Bible. It's what you want to make to propose your idea and to get the people on board that you need basically. Next. Yeah.
Yeah.
So with that Bible, we have to find the right people. And this is where connections are everything. So, of course, we're talking producers, but we're also talking smaller production studios who just, need a project to fill up their bench time or something. We're also talking investment branches of bigger studios, theaters, cinemas, festivals. But we're not put on this planet knowing everybody from the start. So I like the idea of knowing people who know people, because it's also very much a thing in our industry, and it's also the first and maybe only stepping stone you have, and definitely in the beginning.
Yeah. And if we talk about convincing people, we of course also have to talk about convincing you, about convincing the crowd. So crowdfunding, crowdsourcing are probably two of the most viable ways of getting a project like this started and finished. So there are a lot of examples of people who did that. You have Being Good, that was a short film that was completely crowdsourced. You have La Noria, that was partly crowdfunded. So there are a lot of examples of it. Crowdsourcing also is the thing that brought this movie, this project, as far as it is right now. So the project is not completely non-existent. So yeah, it's a good thing, but it's also a double-edged sword. So you ask people to work for free, and everybody always tells people never to work for free, because yeah, it's your skill set. So you have you deserve to get paid for it. And as another part, so we lose some part of the deadlines and the milestones. So they work for free, they have a limited amount of free time, and there can come different things in between. So if we lose that, we can't make them work as much as possible to get that deadline and to get that milestone. So these are little problems with that. And then for crowdfunding, well, this project is too big to crowdfund. I've said it before, our names are not that big enough to just convince people they have to put their own money in it and be sure we will finish this project within a few years. We don't earn that yet. So the first thing we're doing now is working at that pitch Bible, to have that completely ready. Then we're going to look to make maybe one teaser scene, 15 seconds, where people really can see what we want to do with this movie, what the end result of the movie will be. And then maybe we can convince some people, maybe we can go to a production company, maybe we can start a crowdsourcing campaign or a crowdfunding campaign. But that still, yeah, it will shift our focus. And shifting our focus from the end result of a movie to the marketing of a Kickstarter campaign, yeah, it's a totally different thing. But we know what to do next.
All right. So, like we said, everything we have at this point was either made by me or my friends and my colleagues that wanted to help out. So everything we have at this point would not be here without these people that I would like to take this short slide to basically acknowledge that. They spent some time like either making something for real that's in there, or explaining something to me, figuring something out, introducing me to people that might help me down the line. And as you can see, there's a small selection of artwork here that we collected that's already there. There's a lot of environment and look dev as well, some lighting, and of course the beautiful character designs are already there. There's part of the animatic that was made with using both proxy geometry and the new grease pencil tools. And yeah, so because there's no pipeline yet, basically nothing is a pipeline is very helpful, but it's also very hindering because it, divides everything into tasks and they're all sequential, pretty much sequential. Because that's not there yet, I can do everything at the same time, so that's very helpful. Oh yeah, and there's also the rough storyboards here and there that are just made with good old pen and paper.
So, nothing is impossible. We're here,
Much better.
we're seeing a way forward, we have next steps, and we just have to do it and have to go for it.
Exactly.
It's just not easy either.
Also true. Oh yeah, that's me. While it makes us often, very often think, like, what the hell are we doing? This is a passion project. And the definition of a passion project is that you should pursue it because it's your passion. It also constitutes all, the bad stuff. But it makes sure that you know what you're doing and you actually want to do it.
Yeah, and of course, always keep envisioning the end result.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for listening. I'm sure there's a lot of shared ground here. I'm sure, at least with some of you. So come find us during the conference and enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. All right. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We have a last-minute announcement. Some of you may be here to see Jama Jurabayev's presentation, but unfortunately, his flight has been canceled and he's stuck in Krakow. He lost his suitcase and he's just there scrambling for his own life, and unfortunately, he cannot be here. We have another speaker, one that actually didn't really want to speak at the same time as Jama, but his schedule was exactly matching that, and now he can have his dream come true, and he can actually do his presentation. So give a round of applause for Dalai Felinto. He's going to talk about Blender development.
Thank you so much. Wow. Hello everyone, I'm Dalai. We're going to talk a little bit about development, but for non-developers. Try to make things interesting, spice up a little bit, some personal tales. I'm not Jama, sorry about that. Love his work. I'm the first one that was looking forward to see his work. But let's try to make something out of this. I've been using Blender since 2005, some ArcViz here and there, some Python development, work in films, research presented at SIGGRAPH, drones flying, full domes projected to get cosmical particles projected for people dancing, books, and among all of this is connected to Blender. I've been using Blender for so many times, has been paying my bills for so long. And as a developer, it's been 11 years since my first patch landed into master. And so many things happened since then. At the time, I was doing Blender Game Engine, the little part of Blender which I liked. And from there, I got myself involved with 2.80, Blender as a whole. So I would like to share a little bit about that. So Blender 2.80 was just something that all the old users could just come in, get on board, and just do amazing work as they used to do before. But we also really welcome new users, people that have never, ever used Blender before. And I say, oh my God, things are so fast, so easy to learn now. The UI, the UX, everything just clicks, everything just works. And we took Blender that could do already so many things. And out of a sudden, we can keep doing more things. We can do more I/O, Alembic better supported, Grease Pencil, so many things. And the scope of what we accomplished with 2.80, what we all accomplished with 2.80, is really beyond the shyest vision I think that Tom had years ago. And we got there, we made it. When you do talk about 2.80, we are talking about workspaces. We all know about that. We are talking about collections, how to organize your scene. We all know that. And we kind of know about Eevee a little bit. But what some people might not know is how did that start? Why to even bother with real-time rendering? And is there only for rendering? Stick here a little bit. We start to bring in technology which were in video games, which were used by the industry as a whole, to modernize how artists use their tools within Blender, which means, of course, real-time rendering, but also means much, much more. Geez, Grease Pencil. We didn't even see that coming. There's those artists working in Spain, really trying to get storyboarding, storyboarding agenda moved forward. Design animation, so many things. I don't need to preach what Blender is about. We all know about it. But if you look back at it, it's like, oh, wow. It's actually this way. Oh, wow. So many has passed. We actually got so many things scrambled inside this little piece of software, which is still under 200 megabytes. I mentioned briefly that, okay, we had real-time rendering techniques used for video games. That's not only for Eevee. What does that mean? That means you can have non-photorealistic rendering helping someone to visualize the whole scene, helping to have an overview of some basic shadows. That's not realistic shadowing, but gives a good read of the scene when you work on it. You all remember the old way to display normals in Blender. But if you have a whole modern pipeline for rendering, why not just simply have one single path that shows what is wrong with the model? All hair, whoever did grooming in the past must be really praised, and I'm surprised they don't give up. They haven't given up on Blender at the time. because now we can do grooming in real time. We have seen Daniel talk yesterday, and have this level of quality, not only for rendering, but for work. The idea was also always to bring this kind of technology to facilitate what you're doing every single day. Play Blast can be fancy. Grooming can be fancy. One central piece of 2.80 was Eevee. Was something that got us a lot of traction. A lot of people jumped on board. Right from the beginning, we get artists such as Daniel volunteering to send us files. He jokes that when he started using 2.80, there were no modifiers. Everything had to be baked and applied. And when the moment we had armature modifiers in, he said, okay, I have something I want to play with. And then he gave us the tree creature. And there's a file that anyone can download. But we also collected, right in the first year, 2017, 2 years before the official release, we are going to SIGGRAPH and saying that people are already playing with this. Why don't you guys can maybe share a few files? And people just, okay, probably all of them have to be applied because there's no modifier, but people were already using it. If you look at the presentations, if you go back to YouTube and watch every single presentation here, there's probably, I haven't seen a single 2.7 screen in the main stage. Everyone's using 2.80. Now, think about that. 2.80 was officially released in August. The calls for people to send their presentation was also August. What happened? How can everyone be using 2.80 before it's out? Because that's the community. People, we're building Blender together, and we got that far together. This was one of my favorite pieces. It was the Blender 2.80 splash screen for 2 years. 2 years. Before the release, we just had this as a main screen. This is my work desk. Any similarity with the Eevee name and the Pokemon is pure coincidental. One thing interesting about Eevee, actually, let me bring it back here. At first, the main goal was to replace the Blender internal. We wanted to open Sintel files with 2.80, and it would be just automatic. Everyone would be like so excited, and oh my God. And I said, during those 2 years, people were just taking it and saying, I don't care about the Blender internal. I don't want to use cycles anymore. They were replacing cycles with the Eevee. I said, wow, okay, let's embrace that. We still don't support the Blender internal versioning. We just remove it. Blender Tone remove it. It was like very controversial. Not really. And I still know people that are using 2.7, but something changed and has been changed for 2 years. The process has been very, well, it's quite a ride for everyone. Now, to talk about a bit of development of Blender, something that's very fuzzy throughout the years. It changed a lot. But I want to talk about the 2.8 specific. Before the so-called Code Quest, we actually had a whole year living in Amsterdam. Clement, is Clement here? I haven't seen here for, no, he didn't make it. Clement's a great developer, he got on board, he got Mike Irving, and we have a core team already working in the dependency graph, in library overrides. So for a whole year, we tried to settle the foundation for what was going to be the 2.80. And then, you know what? Why don't we bring everyone on board? Why don't we bring every single of those external contributors to Blender or hire developers that are Australia, United States, in the same place? And that's how I tried to do for the Blender Code Quest. So this was for the first year. It was so exciting, the viewport. But the Code Quest was going to be so much bigger. So we came from, like, I say, like 5-ish developers, 6 developers, to a team of 10. It was 10 to 12 developers at a single time. And at that time, I was then in charge to help facilitate the development. I'm no manager. I'm an architect. So, but if I can help people to talk to each other, the designer with the engineer, with the client, that gives me joy. And I think we put quite a team together here. One thing interesting that at first we were expecting the industry to really come on board and give us like a lot of money. We understand that 2.8 is going to be fantastic. We did have support from the early days. AMD was sponsoring us. They sponsored the Blender conference for a few years. Tangent Animation, they actually were one of the main sponsors of the new viewport of Eevee, my own salary. Thank you, Tangent. But the response to the crowdfunding for the Code Quest was a bit underwhelming when it came to the industry. But all the users that we knew that we had then, we are always shy to the Blender as a foundation. We're always shy to actually ask for money. Tom is this guy, I don't care about money. But then people were just, I want to give you the money. I want to see it happening. I can see the point of getting everyone together in the same place. And I want the nice little rockets. So cute. And it was a huge, huge, huge success. Until then, well, we still have it in a way. The Blender development, since it started, since it went out of a company and became open source, was really tailored. So we had a project at the Blender Institute, and with this project, we had a very clear use case and guidelines to where do you want Blender to be. There was a game on that. This is a very a project care. It's the first project I got the credits in the poster, because I got to select the whole process, just helping a little bit of TD, not a lot. And we still use those projects to further Blender, but the industry took Blender over. They came over to us and said, well, I'm also using Blender. We all know Tangent Animation. We all know what they did with Dexten. So they also have a vision that we can share and work together. And their moves was seen by millions of people on their couch. And it's incredible. That's a new TV. That's a new cinema. How many people go to the cinema nowadays? So Blender is really walking hands in hands with those partners, with how we're making art nowadays. Next-Gen was not the first feature film we had in Blender. That credit goes to Plumiferous, production in Argentina. Ozzy was the first one from Tangent, made in Blender. It's a simple project, a very small budget, but they had amazing distribution. If you went to Paris during the month when Ozzy was released, you could get, in McDonald's in Paris, the main cover was a Blender character for a Blender movie. We're not kids anymore. Maybe we're not the, I don't think I watched the whole thing, but we were getting there, was making waves. And I was bringing the agent also, because we have this Tom has this backburn dream that at some point, we might going to make our own feature films inside the Blender headquarters, which it doesn't fit a film production here. This is the place where development was happening for Blender, well, beside the internet, of course, where the animation movies were made for the Blender Animation Studio, where the foundation, as part of the chairman, was there. And it was a beautiful place. We could do so many things there. But as you can see, this was a podcast we recorded. We had a mattress on the back. We had a bike that was probably trying to get fixed. And we could do everything as a meeting, as a whiteboard. This is to 2016. We had a usability workshop as part of the kickoff. It's part of the kickoff for what then be the 2.80. And we didn't have space. You can see we're using every single surface we had to write things. You see here's layer. This is when we're trying to replace layer with what then became the collection system. So trying to get artists, and it was so hard. It's fighting the fight. But it's also a very beautiful location. If you're whoever staying here a bit longer, if you go to the Anthropodoc, it's near the zoo. It's a beautiful place. You can wake up with the monkeys talking. It's beautiful throughout the whole year, but it was small, and it had to move, it had to grow. We went to the north. This is I think everyone knows that tomorrow the studio is open for visitors starting noon, year of the daylight saving time change. But we had to move, and then we moved to this amazing space with the most incredible cleaning staff. Everyone had to help. People had to paint the walls if they wanted the standing desks. People that had time would just help, because we all believed in that, and we all see that we wanted to grow together with Blender, so the core development team. And we could have so many meetings. We have Campbell, Brecht, Francisco here. We could receive visitors without disturbing the production. Those are my parents. You could watch TV in the lobby, cheering for the World Cup. So it could fit a lot of things, and some serious things such as training courses. We could finally have a solid training facility that can receive professionals from the industry. How was the Blender development team in a way? For years, we had this very scattered team throughout the world. People from Europe, America, people working as a contractor for the Blender Foundation or Institute from home or from the Institute, or here working from Google, coming consulting every now and then. We had Andrea contributing, patches, though people that have a day job, then they work on the side. Students, companies trying to get crowdfund, like the composer work, Munich and Irun. They had their own crowdfunding happening on the side, and then Irun now is on board with us. So have all this decentralized structure. But because of the CodeQuest, I believe we try to, not only centralize, but to make sure that everyone, doesn't matter where they are, doesn't matter if it's a user or as a developer, can follow the whole process together and can work together as a team. We put a lot of effort in communication. That goes for the blog we have, the code.blender.org. Jesus Christ. And we really had this idea that doesn't matter if a developer is here, if a developer is at home, doesn't matter if it's a user, a power user, a techno user, we all should share the main mental models, the main core design. We call this design. It's not a UI design, maybe it's a project design, but we really put in effort since the community really took over the project on their own hands to make it work. We wanted to give it back in a way that, just making sure people could follow closely what we're doing. Pablo started such an amazing work with the videos. We had live streams. We had almost daily updates on what was happening with Blender. This is one of the final live streams we had. And we now have the Blender today. Oh, it's fantastic, it's amazing. Millions, thousands of views every single day, every single Monday. But I think the seed that, that was planted back then was like, okay, people are craving communication. They're craving this feeling of being part of the community. And we're trying our best. This is also called the jail, because this is very cubicle, kind of industrial office. We have a few of them. You can visit them tomorrow. How do we go about planning? How do we get 10 people together in the same room and make sure we're all working together? Honestly, we just used Inkscape. We had a whiteboard with every single task we had to perform. What you see here in red are things that we cannot do without, more dependency graph, infrastructure. I can barely read. Oh, you guys can read, it's beautiful. So many different tasks, but we had a few of the blue ones, which are the ones that, we need them. However, if you have to move them forward, it's not a problem, because we knew that people would be using since the beginning. We knew that we need to be flexible in allocating our developers. One thing very interesting, you see here this huge black bar. So this is the CodeQuest planning overall, 3 months planning. In the middle of it, we have this black bar. What is that? What is that? That's spring. That's when the spring team had to switch to Blender 2.80. And we blocked the entire week to make sure we could provide whatever support they needed. Because then it's once again the Blender Foundation, the Blender development coordination, trying to use movies as real use case and try to use this to base the direction we go. This is Andy Gorashi. Great talking this morning. And I would just go, I love art. We are in the digital art world. I'll just go there and just stalk him. And I said, Andy, just get used to it, because I'm going to be doing this every single day. It's like a camera. At some point, you get used to it, and then I just start working regularly. And he got used to it, and I love it. And this was also a way to see how people are using Blender. Every time you'd get one of those sample files I mentioned, I would go over the collections. They're not using collections yet. Oh, they're actually using collections nested way. And it helps to just be with the artists. This is one of also the core principles of Blender and the Blender development, how tied we are with the art community, with the users we have. It was also summer, which is kind of can get on the way. It's so beautiful. Can go picnicking, eating outside. But honestly, we still were crumbled together, trying to squeeze the most we could out of the days we had. It felt way too short. 3 months felt way too short. It does help to have summer on the background. You get to see some nice things. And again, it's the new studio, the new institute, the new headquarters. There was room for everything, but you'd still find new corners to try to have meetings. So this was the old kitchen, now became one of the offices we have. But whenever we had more than 2, 3 people together, there was something you could just discuss. In person is so much productive to do this way. As I said, 3 months is short in a way because we just got ambitious. We're awful in project management. We're going to get better. But we said, since we have more people, let's make more stuffs. Let's make more things in Blender. So this is a compiled list by July 2017 of everything we could not finish. We could not get ready in time. This navigation manipulator, annotation system, and try to figure out how long any of those things would take. I'll be honest here. Starting in July, so the CodeQuest started in April, right? We had 10 developers. We had money. Everything was so excited. But starting in July, we'd be a team of 4 to 5 people only. The coordination, there was no more money for that. There's no more funding. There's no more everything. So really, okay, we got a taste of what it would be to work together in a structured environment with a lot of the people collaborating. But the true reality is, this was still a bit far from what we could have, what we wanted to have. It did help, though, to have been 3 months together for everyone. You build this kind of camaraderie. We know whenever we have a meeting with someone online, over Skype or over chat, you remember this person, remember when you're just chilling in the couch. It helps to build consensus later on. But we still had this crave. We wanted more. We wanted more. I'm so glad that then the Blender Foundation, I think Tom, we had Francisco, the whole team, embraced. I think Pablo was always pushing for this as well. Embraced this idea that people are willing to contribute to Blender, and they saw that they get features back, that they can see the process. We're still transparent. They trust our judgment in a lot of ways. So the Dev Fund was put together. I took this picture in the past. It doesn't even fit in the slide anymore. Just keep getting bigger. This was we had not only overwhelming support from the community, but then at some point, we got epic mega grant. Oh my God. And we have AMD, we have NVIDIA. Who else is going to be on board? Who else is going to be on board? It's missing. But that means we can go back, I think we can revisit what was that experience, and maybe we can make it a more continuous part of the flow of development of Blender. We now have a more structured administration department, or team at least. Ton is really continuous thinking the big picture to guide the direction of Blender, but it's also the only person that can be talking to the big guys to get us money, to get us fund, to bring Ubisoft on board, to bring Tangent on board. So it's nice that we're also trying to structure and grow as it's not a vertical structure, but a more professionalized structure. We can have people that can train each other. We can make sure onboarding is done properly so new contributors can feel part of this and really be empowered to contribute to Blender, to give it back to the community. Still a challenge. We're still not there yet. We grew too fast. And yet we still have those developers scattered around the globe. Half of the team is in Europe. This is a little bit the CEST, Central European Summertime work hours for all the developers for last month. Green means they're definitely online. Yellow, they might not. They might slip in or not. So the basics, we didn't even know, when do everyone work? When can I try to get a meeting with someone? Because, it's so big. We are trying bi-weeklies nowadays, so every 15 days we go in 1 to 2. So I'm always trying to host and have 2 developers, different developers every time, have all the 18 of them, going over the week, always have a topic, what I would like to hear from them, just to guide their direction. 10 minutes, and then 10-minute buffer just to chat a little bit. This was one of the previous bi-weeklies. I always wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning to attend it. So it's noon at Europe, so I get some quick breakfast. And we are trying to get it to work. For us, growing and open source development drives a lot of us to keep improving, to keep working in Blender, to keep growing professionally. But for us, it's still a lot of unknown. But I believe with what we learned with the CodeQuest and how well received it was our efforts and the result we got, I do think we have a bright future ahead. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Sebastian König. I am here with my colleague Simeon Konzendorf. We are from a small studio in Leipzig called BlendFX. We are 5 people, like 3 partners, and we have 2 employees. And we do a couple of things, which I'm going to show you just very briefly. So we do architectural visualization, product visualization. For example, doors is a thing for us. I don't know why. We are rendering lots of doors for a company and floors as well. If we are not rendering doors and floors, we are doing a little bit of CG stuff. There should be more in the video. I'm not sure why it's stopped. Maybe I can press next. There it is again. So you can enjoy this again, and maybe after that there will be more stuff to see. If not, I will just continue telling you what we do. So this is like some CG stuff. We also do visual effects, which you should hear for short films, so a little bit of compositing. We also do animations for TV and sometimes also cinema. But the other thing we do a lot is VR. And this is what this talk is going to be about. So VR is something that we really like, especially mobile VR for cultural applications. We've been here 2 years ago, I think. We had a little talk about one app that we did, Rochlitz VR, which is about a castle in Germany. And they have a room which looks like that. It's like very old and rotten, because they wanted to show that the rooms in the castle go through different time periods. And we have been reconstructing these time periods, and people in the museum can go there and sit in a chair inside that room and then put on their glasses and see how the room looked like. We like to do that a lot because we think it makes sense. It's not like just gaming, it's for culture, it's people learn something from it. So we really like doing that stuff. So we were really happy when we got an email in March or February 2018 from a producer, and she wrote, "Hey, I know your Rochlitz project, which I like a lot. Since over a year I have been working on this project about Hotel Astoria. I just got the confirmation that I'm allowed to film there before it will be destroyed. I would like to produce a VR app about it, similar to Rochlitz. I even got funding for a story development. Are you interested?" Well, you have to know that the Hotel Astoria is one of the most famous hotels in Leipzig. It was built in 1915. Especially in the GDR period, it was a very famous place. It was a fancy place, like in Leipzig, in Eastern Germany. During the GDR period, there were not many fancy places, so this was the thing. Businessmen and celebrities from the West could then go there, meet locals. It had a nightclub in the basement, which was especially fancy there. It might not look like much, but back then this was really like, wow. So people go there, especially the people from the West, and meet with the locals. There were also prostitutes allowed there. But those prostitutes were working for the secret state police, because that was a thing there. There was a lot of surveillance in that nightclub. So you have this fancy place, which was a little bit naughty as well, but then always the subtle threat about surveillance and the secret state police. So a super interesting place, which has been abandoned since 20 years. It has been empty and rotting along. It was like the holy grail for geocachers in Leipzig, or like adventurers who like to go in lost places. But it's really hard to get into it because it's very well guarded. And so, yeah, are we interested? Yeah. So we were happy to hear that Alina, the film producer, was inviting us to visit the place. And at that time, when she wrote us the email, that was the stage of story development for her. She had been doing research about the hotel for a long time before, and now she got funding for story development from the MDM, the Mitteldeutsche Medienförderung, the Mid-German Media Fund. And this funding goes in 3 steps. So first there's story development. And with that you can then apply for prototype development. And if you finish a prototype where you can show the funding board that how your app or your project will look like, then you can apply for the next and last stage, which will be product development. And that's where all the money will be. So we were really happy that they were inviting us to collaborate with them, especially since they would do the paperwork. Because applying for funding involves a lot of bureaucracy and paperwork. So yeah, we were lucky that this would be done by Alina Syranek and Falk Schuster. So from Hack Films, that's the film company, and they are the producers. And they are doing 2 things. The one thing is an animated documentary where they will animate and like a collage of interviews and snippets. And the other thing will be the virtual reality app. And both of these will not tell like a straight storyline or the story of one person, but they want to capture like the essence of the hotel and the how it was like being in that time period and experiencing that nightclub. So it's storytelling through story fragments, so to say. So our job was to build an app that will transform you and bring you to that place, but where you can also explore and watch different elements from that time. So March 2018, that was the stage of story development, and the production couldn't start yet, but we got the chance to visit the Astoria. So I will hand over to Simeon now.
So I'm Simeon, and as you heard, we are very infected by the idea to create the Astoria in the 80s, and we have the chance to visit this place, but only for some hours, so we have to be prepared. So we have to rent a good camera, we have to prepare because there will be no light, there's no power source in this room, and we have to wear helmets, and this is the day 14 days later after the email where we wear the Blender branded helmet. And yes, we got a chance to visit this place, and here's a little video snippet where you see some parts of this day. That's the moment we entered the nightclub. And as you can see, there's nothing more in. You see the paintings on the walls, but no tables and, yes, no carpet, nothing. A very rotten place. And then we started preparing our equipment. Here you see the special lamps we built. These are battery-powered floodlights pointing downwards to a big paper lamp. And this big point lamps, as you know, give us the chance to not have hard shadows in the whole area. It's a very soft, lightened area, and it's especially important to take photos without shadows, to use them as textures laterwards. And most important, the textures have been on the walls. They are from a painter who made them in the 80s. And yes, Falk take care of these to preserve these pictures for our app and also for the future. At this point, we gathered all the information we could from this room, but still there was no money for us. We have to wait until the next 6 months if there's a positive message from the MDM saying, okay, Alina convinced us about the story, now start the prototype. And in end of 2018, we get a message or a phone call from Alina saying, okay, they liked the idea of reconstructing the Astoria, let's start this prototype.
So in October, we got the message that we could continue working on it, and then we did a little bit of planning. And then in winter, like November, December 2018, we started building that thing. So when I was there, I took precise measurements with an industry standard note-taking device. So I could have all the reference and heights and everything. So I could start reconstructing the room. Not the entire hotel, of course, just the nightclub and the bar. I had an old ground plan that I could use as a reference, and I used that to build the bar. Also, we prepared the textures in Lightroom before especially the paintings, to clear it up a little bit so that we could then project them on the wall with Blender texture painting. And you might wonder why we didn't just use photogrammetry, which is like a thing. You can do that, press a button, sort of, with laser scanning, and then you have the entire room. But yeah, then you also have just a very crappy model with lots of vertices, which you have to clean up in the end. And since we wanted to reconstruct the building like it was like back then, like when it was still intact, we had to remodel everything anyway, so we could just as well build it right from scratch. And the room was so easy to build that it was quite straightforward anyway. Also, we want to go to a game engine with the architecture, so you have to have clean geometry then, so you have to model it anyway. And of course, we did it in 2.80. I mean, what's good enough for the Spring team will be good enough for us, I assumed, and I wasn't mistaken because everything was quite fine. Is it stable? I mean, in winter, that was not even beta stage. Yeah, it was all right. There were some problems, but it went well. And also, we wanted to be future-proof because we knew that this project might go on for a long time. So we want to have all the good stuff from 2.80, of course. And it's not like Blender is unstable or more unstable than other software. In fact, Blender 2.80 in alpha was still quite stable working, not many crashes there. Working and reconstructing the room was kind of a detective game for us. So there were not that many references, and we didn't really know how these lamps, for instance, looked like exactly, or what's that thing, the pattern on that thing there. We didn't know, so we had to dive in some references. Also, that wooden thing in the middle was totally unclear to us. What is it? It doesn't really fit there. But it was a thing where you put glasses and stuff on. And we had to dive into some private photo albums from the former personnel to really figure out how that stuff looked like. Also, Alina had been doing lots of research, and they talked to the former personnel, and some of them had some props and some things there from the hotel, so you could take pictures of this weird snail cutlery or glasses. So yeah, we reconstructed the room and all the assets with Blender 2.80, and that it went well. In November, December, and January, there were some issues. I couldn't really, I didn't really know how to use the collections and do the hide from viewport, hide render, so I was lost. There were also some bugs which made me struggle a bit. But thanks to the developers and the fabricator side, those issues were solved quite quickly. So yeah, I really started to love Blender 2.80 a lot, especially the collections. Like in this hotel room where we have all these assets and details, doing this with layers in 2.70 would be like a nightmare. So thanks for the collections in Blender 2.80. One thing that we are missing, sadly still, is equirectangular rendering in Eevee. I mean, Eevee is nice, but we have to output stereo images, equirectangular, and we didn't have that. Also not spherical stereo rendering, which is very important for us. So maybe in the future with Eevee, but since until then we will use cycles. Now just briefly about our 3D workflow for VR. So the app will be for a mobile device, so we can't have that much geometry. So we are pre-rendering everything into 3D 360 stereo panoramas, like that. Obviously not in anaglyph, but in top-bottom format. And of course, we want to be able to exchange some elements. It should be an interactive app, after all. So what we do is to have first our equirectangular camera, and then we use a perspective camera with a very narrow field of view, and and then we can just render a snippet from that. And within that area that this camera is rendering, we can then change objects and render that. So one thing that is important, if you do that, don't forget spherical stereo. It's important to have a seamless match. But that allows us to have like small, like interactive elements, people drinking beer, and we can just blend that in with the panorama in the game engine. And this is the interactive part that now Simeon will talk about.
So now we have these beautiful renderings, panorama renderings out from Blender, but Blender is currently not able to create virtual reality apps with interactivity. So I choose Unity as my game engine, and you see on this side, on your left side, this is something like the editor view, the scene view, and on the right side you see the game view, what the user would see. I don't start with the spherical renderings because they will appear laterwards. At first, I also import a low poly or a base mesh model from the hotel so that I have a reference in Unity where to place the sound objects or other objects. Basically, at first, when I start with the base model, I start with the VR device and search for the best positions where we want to render. So I go through the room, or I transport through the room and say, this is a good position to see the pictures on the wall or to sit on the table. I gave these positions to Blender back, and then we render the positions, and this looks like this. Actually, I disabled now the whole mesh, and you see that the camera position is just inside on a sphere, but some objects are real-time or the spatial audio sources. And you see there's the ball above, the tiny ball. This is the disco ball, and he's rotating. So this is a real-time object, so everything which should be moving or which you should interact, these are still 3D objects with the sphere. When I move the position from one point to another point, I also move the camera and the sphere, though I always work in absolute space. Same for the positional of interactive objects on a table. I take the table from Blender, import it in Unity, then I can place the interactive objects on the table, and on runtime I remove the table or disable the table, and it gets in front of the sphere like you see here. Actually, it's just floating objects in front of a sphere, but from the user perspective, it looks like they are lying on the table. You have to cheat a little bit, like the shadows for the cigarettes. I just use a blob shadow, which is a transparent shadow, but this gives you the illusion that it's really lying on a ground. Let's see this in action. This is an original receipt we got from the employees. And I copy the rotation of the controller that you can investigate the objects. Yes, we just don't want to have only 3D objects. We also want to have testimonial, something like a testimonial in our app. We want to add a character and not a game character. It wouldn't fit. We want to have a real person which worked at the Astoria, which are still alive. And this person, Mr. C, was a bartender or a bar mixer in the old times. And he worked for many years in Astoria. And that, as we knew that there is a person and he wanted to work with us, we had to prepare for this recording from Mr. C in front of a green screen. So we ordered the green screen you see behind him. We ordered the lights and make many testing. And the most important part is the stereoscopical camera. And there's something special about, because normally you would say, okay, take 2 DSLR or something similar and make a stereoscopical recording. But because our eyes are in a certain distance of 0.3 centimeters, these cameras must be very narrow Okay, it could be achieved with some lenses, but we have a very, very wide field of view. I want the person standing 1 meter in front of me. That means a field of view of over 90 degrees. And the lenses, wide-angle lenses, are very big. We choose these cameras. These are from Yi, 4K Plus is the model. We 3D printed our own rig. And these cameras have great features like 4,000 by 3,000 resolution and very wide angle, and we can play back via a Python script. It was a good choice to take these, and this is the output. The camera standing 1 meter just in front of the person, which is Falk, and he was my test person. And yes, we have this really, I would compare it like we build cameras as they were our eyes. Yes, we have to be very near to the reality, and also the camera height where we film must be exact the same camera height than we render the images. Then you get the perfect illusion, like the renderings Sebastian described. We make a perspective cutout from reality. And this is, you have to do some compositing, like keying, and then there are not good video codecs with alpha support which are running on mobile devices, so we have to build in the key in the video file, and the rest makes the shader. So you have color left eye, color right eye, and mask left eye, mask right eye. And the shader combines this for Unity. And yes, when we prepared for some weeks for this special day, we invited Mr. C to come to us in our office, and we did the recording, and in the middle there's our technical most important part, the tiny setup for the camera, and we had a great day, and he also mixes us a cocktail he mixes 20 years ago called Grüne Wiese, which is a green cocktail, which is funny in front of a green screen, but because it was in front of him, it was just a masking job. And that's what it looked like in Unity. You see, we are showing a plane in front of a sphere. Sounds very simple, but the illusion is like this. If you not look to him, he makes some noise.
Guten Abend.
Good evening. I'm standing behind you.
Herzlich willkommen in der Nachtbar. Ich habe viele Jahre hier am Astoria als Barkeeper gearbeitet. Greifen Sie zu. Sehen Sie es selbst. Das ist die Nachtbar von 1986.
Yeah. Thank you. Now the part of the, yes, we made an app that people liked and they could interact with it, and what's next?
Yeah, so once we finished the prototype, Alina went to the funding board and showed it to them, and then they had a little bit of discussion, and then you have to wait for a few weeks, and then we finally got the message, yes, you will get the funding. So we can now produce like the thing, like the product, which is super great. Something that we didn't mention yet, though, is that we are producing for a special device, which is the Oculus Go, which is a very nice device. It looks good, it feels good, the interaction is great, so everything is really nice, except for Oculus. Like we need a kiosk mode, where the user doesn't have to interact with the Oculus interface. So we just want to start our app, and then you will never leave it. You can, of course, leave and get rid of the HMD, but you don't have to interact with the Oculus interface. Sadly, they don't listen. So if you listen now, please, kiosk mode is super important for us. Anyway, we might switch to a different device if they don't listen to us. So we got more money now, which is super great. We can now start working. We have a little bit over half a year of time to produce more rooms, like the bar is missing, and then another part of the bar is missing. We want to add more details, of course, more interactivity. And during that phase of working half a year, maybe more Blender features would be nice. Maybe we get some. Like, for instance, spherical stereo in Eevee would be great. someone's listening, or VR in Blender. I mean, we are all in Blender, of course, but like virtual reality in Blender would be super great. And apparently it's happening. So Julian Eisel is working on it. Today we had a little meeting about the future of VR in Blender. So there's a team working on virtual reality interaction right inside Blender, which for us would be, of course, amazing, because we don't want to always go to Unity and have to interact with that game engine. It would be nice to stay right inside Blender to do all these things that you have to do to plan your scene and place your objects. So, wow, thank you, but no. So there is a project going on, and Simeon might want to talk a little bit more about that. We still have like 29 seconds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But just for 25 minutes. That's the sound from Windows Mixed Reality starting at VR session. This is a demo I did for Julian Eisel, where I test the OpenXR branch, which is currently only a special. You have to compile it yourself. But as Sebastian said, it was so interesting to meet these people like Julian Eisel and Dale Felinto and William and the Ubisoft guys. And I'm really looking forward to this because we need it stable and usable. We need the material preview. We need controller input for transformations.
Sorry.
And the option to disable position tracking. But we talked to them about all these features, and I'm really convinced that we are getting the best VR tool with Blender in the next months and years. Really, they have a great vision, and this will be awesome. Yes.
So, no, thank you. Just to wrap it all up, so what we are producing is like something like a digital time travel documentary, I would call it. So it all started with one Polaroid, one photo that someone back there in 1986 took, and then through lots of effort and interviews and research, it ended up in this future VR app, which we are really happy to produce. It's been a lot of fun working with Blender 2.8. It's going to be even more fun once we get the VR tools in Blender. The producers are nice. Alina and Falk are really nice to work with. So it's a great project. And part of that was also like going to that place, like back in time, in a basement, which in an abandoned building. Super interesting. And we even got to have like the last drink in the nightclub of the Hotel Astoria. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. I can't believe to say here I'm presenting Arturo il Gabbiano. What is a Gabbiano? It's a seagull, or in Spanish, gaviota, Arturo de la Gaviota. Okay, let's see a first video introduction. Okay, thank you. Who I am? Okay, I'm Luca. I come from Gaeta. It's a little town near Naples. And in Gaeta, there are a lot of Arturo and Gabbiani, Arturo and Seagull. So I am a 3D artist. I'm a drawer. And I work in a little company in Rome. And we made animation for film, TV, and series. So what about the project? Arturo il Gabbiano is a short movie that I started almost 7 years ago, and I interrupted because I haven't the skills. It was like this 7 years ago, so it was horrible. And last year, in March, last March, I started the idea to finish and restart this movie and to direct and produce the short movie, of course, in Blender. So what's about the plot, the story? The story is very simple. 3 or 4 gags about this old man and a seagull. And this adventure are in this little town that is also my city. So this is a render. And what about the team? Of course, we didn't work alone. So I work with a lot of people. A screenwriter, animator, music concept art, who made props or animator. And one of them is Nicholas, who can come here talking about how we worked.
Hi there, I'm Nicholas. This is not officially my introduction. I'm going to do it later, but here, as I work remotely, because I live in the most beautiful city ever, as Rome, I live in North Italy, near to the Alps, so it's okay. We use Scene Sketch a lot. The guy is doing like this, like what the heck, is the animation supervisor who is trying to give me some advices, but as you can see, I don't understand what he's saying. So he's suffering a lot. I did my best to follow all the animation supervisors to finish the product. Okay, this is Lucas' time. I'll be back later.
Yeah, okay. I was too optimistic last year because I tried to make a Gantt it finished the work in 8 months. It was impossible. So I produced it in 1 year and a half, and I just finished a month ago. Now I have a distributor for Italian festival, also international, so I can show the full entire movie online. So it's also just a making. So I divide, of course, the production in pre-production, production, and post-production. And about the production, the pre-production, I started by simplifying the old screenplay. And it is written by Alessandro Rizzi, who is a movie critic and writer. And we try to simplify also according to my skills. And I try to also to the production possibilities. So we started making concept about the main character, Arturo, and a lot of draw about also the seagull, the facial expression. We also changed a lot the main character. Also the concept art for the environment, because it's, and we go on the storyboard. We made it by hand, and after it, we pass in Blender to have a video board. And we use also Attract for the 3D asset and the manager, so we can control all the production. After that, I recorded the entire movie with the help of my friend, an actor who is a clown, and so he gave a great personality to the main character, and he also tried to make also the seagull with references. So we try to give personality with this character. Also the facial expression. What about the look dev? So two main characters, Arturo and Seagull. And we can show a quick video for the look dev. This is a turnaround for with an HDR. See the lighting, how the light compared on the model. And this one are the skin shader for the head. We used the principal shader. And during the production, we switched to 2.8. So we used also the random walk. And we used Eevee to control the skin. Of course, we used a lot of maps for each part of the character. For the hair, I used 3 particle system. One particle system for the base particle, and 2 particle systems to control the haircut. For rig, we use 2 different rig. Brand rig for Arturo, and Nicolas, if you want to say something about the rig.
Yeah, real quick, because this is not my part, because I didn't do the rig. I got to the production afterwards. He used Blend rig for the main character, which is super awesome, but it's also super complex and very kind of tricky to use. And for the seagull, he used Rigify, the regular Rigify. Lucas is doing some facial testing here. Yeah, facial expression test. But he did the skinning and the rigging, because as I said before, I got after. I just animated in this project, mainly animated. I did help with some renders, but my main part was animation. Luca?
Yeah. I think we can go on, because the video is so long. Yeah, we can go on. So we use also Pose Library for expression, because we had 3 animators, and it was useful to have a library for the principal shape of the main character. And a funny thing is that we had a long conversation on Blender Artist about fur or filter on chest. And Seagull had little feather on the chest. And at the end, I decided to use fur on the chest, on the back, and on the wings, feathers. And I don't know if at the end if the best way for the skin, but it was useful to have fur on the chest. It was more comfortable. Now the environment looked at. So in this movie, we have 4 environment. So the exterior, the dock, and we have a lot of building, a lot of props in this environment. The interior house, the exterior street, and a lot of water in this movie. So a lot of water. And we made a lot of photo reference for the dock in particular, and also a lot of props of buildings, almost 15 buildings that we populate the scene. And it was very wet, this scene. This one is a look there for props that we used in a different scene. For all props, we made different tests about lighting, because there are different light during the short movie. Night, there is a sunset, the day. At the end, other props. And after that, oh, I think I lost some texture, and okay, it's color. It's not good. Nicholas.
Okay, now I officially introduce myself. This is, of course, it's a show. It's a joke because we really have a lot of problem with packing libraries and business files. We should put this slide before, of course. I'm Nicholas. I'm from Argentina, but I live in Italy. Do you like my font? The Vanilla Walk. Why the Vanilla Walk? Because when I got to the production was like almost 1 year. Started 1 year before, so a lot of animation were done. But I asked Luca to get confident with the rig and with the character. So the first thing I asked him to do is a vanilla walk. What's a vanilla walk? It's a walk without personality, a very regular, it's not a personality walk, but it's just a regular with no personality walk, okay? So this is the first thing I do. The importance of the video reference. I shoot my own video reference in a very nice room like that, so I can see my head going up and down, my hips going up and down, the feet going left, right, and also forward. And this is what I did. This is far from perfect. It was my first test, and we already know that this wasn't going to end in the movie. And we can see the hand has the incorrect angle in the fingers, because this was before Hjalti Hjalmarsson yesterday lecture. Now I know, and I already fixed it. So I'm sorry, Hjalti, but that was before yesterday. I already did it. Thank you so much. I already fixed it, so please, you don't watch that. Okay, but then we have to know that a vanilla walk is a walk without personality, but we don't animate 3D models, we animate characters. So we have to give him personality. We had this footage from the Salvatore, from the guy. This is the kind of walk Arturo has to have. And it was my first step doing it. It's a kind of different because he has a different body and a different state of default pose, because Arturo has not a default pose like this. He's already bended, curving and forward. And he's also carrying an envelope here with some pictures or something. So this was my first step. Now, it's important when we have to understand when we have to follow the reference, and we have to start to deviate from the reference. As you can see, the position is not exactly, because we have some problems, like the elbow here was too unnatural, kind of awkward. So we have to adapt him, have the position of the feet, the position of the elbow, the position of the torso. So that was really tricky. But I did my best, of course. For example, here we have a shot in the garden. He's almost falling asleep, waiting for the seagull, waiting for the gaviota. Something happened that we have to say, oh, come on, get away. A cat comes. Luca asked me to not do it exactly the same, but we need to have some differences. For example, here, there's the guy never looks to the camera because he's a really good actor. He knows he doesn't need to do that. But Luca wanted at a certain point when he wakes up, like, watching to the audience, say, oh, what's happening? What's wrong here? Something is wrong. Something woke me up. So little different pieces of, not the exactly reference, but trying to deviate in frame. Then I had to animate La Gaviota, the seagull. And one of the things I'm learning right now, because I'm an animation mentor, is when we take an animal and we have to animate it in the wrong way to make it look good, because lots of animals have a very weird way to move and to walk, and if you do it realistically for the audience, it's going to look awful. It's going to look like, okay, this is fake, this is 3D. So you have to do it in a kind of wrong way to make it look natural. Is it correct? That's what they told me. So here we have a real gaviota, a real seagull, taking off. Now we're going to see it in a slow motion. It doesn't do too much overlap. I mean, he goes kind of straight, and then he goes a little bit of overlap, but it's not much. I mean, as you can see, it goes almost straight, and then it does something. But we talk a lot with Luca about that. We prefer to do it a little bit more organic. This is a kind of one of the styles where La Gaviota has, the seagull has different style of flight. This is the relaxing one, when the moves starts here in the hips, and then it goes a little bit of overlap. It propagates in the end of the body, in front and behind. Okay, we decided to call this the relaxed way of flight. As you can see, the move starts in the hips, or what I think is the hips. This is the more aggressive, we call aggressive way of flight. Here, the head is leading. So the one before, the hips were leading, the movement. Here we have the head is leading, and then the movement propagates until the tail. So we have a different kind of overlap, just a little bit. Here we have the difference. You can see the relaxed one and the more aggressive one. I cannot explain why we call aggressive, because it's not an aggressive way of, it's not a dragon. But I cannot say now. Okay, you can see, you can barely notice it, but this is a relaxed one when Arturo watched for the first time the seagull on the sky. And here we have a taking off in the other way, when the head is leading, moving, because it's almost escaping for him. We have a more clear shot when Arturo tries to do a picture of the seagull, but he never can do it. And so the seagull is almost like, okay, you cannot get me. You are not going to take me a picture. Sorry about my voice. And Luca, this is your time.
Yeah, the last video, yes, it's a little breakdown about how we did render and compositing. So, yeah. We have different render layer for most of the scene. Other one, we had only one render layer. Yeah, we also used mask for adding more life in the environment. This one is I think the most complex scene, because the first one, because we had clouds, sky, and all the duck with a lot of building. So here we want to see you can see the final render, the render layer. This one is just a turnaround of the scene. Okay, and at last we render everything with CurveWeave. Marco, if you can say something about the complexity. Oh.
You hear me? Yeah, good.
Nice.
Okay. Technical notes about what happened with Luca.
No.
It was very. If you have it, it's okay. Otherwise, what Luca asked us was to not compromise the quality of. Thanks. Not compromise the quality of the incredible job that we were doing because of the render time. We're talking about some scene, 3,000 samples. The average weight of the plant file was about 2 gigs, but I was occupying 15 gigabytes on the GPU RAM, so we had to equip with bigger GPUs, and also because of the different time zone to store the file, start rendering, watch the preview, and see what exactly was going on their scene. So we ended up rendering the entire movie, which is about 7,000 frames over a little bit more than 2,500 NVIDIA Titan Ds, so that we had all the space to get the entire scene loaded on. And they were starting and stopping and checking the system on their own, checking how things were going. And with 70 shots, which is 70 shots of Arturo Gaviano, they managed their own rendering pipeline, and they just told us they were done in the end. So this system that we built for them, then we made it available for everyone. And I really, really hope that this helped the production of Arturo.
Of course.
Of course.
Thank you. Okay. So that's it.
What's next?
What's next? Yes, we are trying to do another short movie, maybe an open movie, and try to present next year here. That's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, welcome to my presentation. Last year we released CrowdSim 3D. Together with Monique and I, we built it. And I do have to do a disclaimer up front. There's a lot of developers' art inside this presentation, so I'm sorry for that. Last year, we released the CrowdSim simulation add-on for Blender, and our mission is to get high-quality crowd simulation inside the Blender domain. And yeah, that is really a fun project. And past year, we did a lot of improvement on the system, and most of that was based on performance. We currently can do 10,000 of agents in Blender. All those agents, they have their own armature, so there's quite complex scene to look at. 40,000 objects on the screen here. And the next projects where we've done this year, and that's what this talk is about. It's about traffic, and yeah. We haven't finalized the traffic project yet. We're still working on it. We hope to release it in 2 weeks. But today we want to show you from, okay, how does it work and what can you do with it? What's the power behind the system? It all starts with the traffic system. And what's a traffic system? With a lot of physics simulations, you have a domain object, and a traffic system is similar to what a domain object is for a traffic system. For a traffic simulation, it contains the roads, it contains the junction, the traffic rules, and yeah. And we designed a way how to create a non-destructive workflow to get everything working. We start with some Bezier curves, and we can just select them and just say from add traffic system. And based on that, it will create a map containing the curves as a road map. Where the endpoints of the curves align, connectors will be created, and those connectors will then can become crossings or junctions or just connectors between road segments. A traffic system can then be configured more. We have in the world, we have two major traffic systems. One of that is called the left-handed traffic system, and the other one is called the right-handed traffic system. Due to, in case. Per road, the category of the traffic that can drive on that road can be configured. So you can create lanes or roads for pedestrians, for public transport, for cars. And based on the type of traffic, different rules will apply. Like the cars will always give priority to the public transport. You can also add more lanes to a road or create a single one-way road. Besides of roads, also besides roads and lanes, crossings and junctions can be configured. Traffic rules for traffic lights. Is it allowed to do a U-turn, or which lanes can, or which decisions can an agent take when it's driving in on a lane? By default, the system creates some rules. And you have the option, of course, to change those. Like here, you can only turn right on the most right lane you're driving on. But we also have traffic lights. And the traffic lights, by default, no traffic lights are added to the system. You can select the connector and turn on the traffic lights. We have two ways how to set up the traffic lights. One of them is the automatic system, where you just say from, okay, this amount of green lights do I have, this amount of red lights do I have, and this is the time to clear the junction. And based on that, it will generate a system for you. But like here, you can really go into a more complex system where you can manually animate, keyframe the lights you have. And based on this, these objects, you can quite get into some complex situations. Like these kind of systems can be created as a roundabout with cycle roads, with the traffic roads, or the other one is a traffic crossing inside Amsterdam near the central station. But now we have the traffic system, we need to add some cars on it. We call that to populate the scene. And how we do it is we have a node-based system where you can set several, you can load your models in, like here there are 10 different cars. And for every car, you can randomize some materials or material settings, textures, but also some behavior settings, like how much distance do I normally keep to the car in front of me? What's my desired velocity? A sports car drives faster than a small car, hopefully. And when we populate the scene, every agent in the scene will get a random value that's been configured here. But that's quite a destructive workflow, because the next time you do it, it gets different settings. And perhaps the director just wants that this specific agent will always be the red car. And we have an option to then select the agent and just say from, okay, this agent needs to be this type of car, and we can lock it so the next time it won't be changed. And okay, so we now have a scene, we have the traffic inside it, but now we need to animate it, have something to bring the simulation to life. And thanks for the formula, where there's an industry standard for that, and that's the intelligent driver model. And it's being used by governments, road planners, queue and analyzers. It's quite it's the only algorithm available, and that's quite interesting because it is also a bit limited. And the limitation is that the input of that algorithm is what's the distance to my car in front, and what's my relative speed difference with my car in front. And the output is only you need to brake, or you need to you can increase your velocity. Yeah, that's fine if you're having a linear system or a one-dimensional system, but we're working in 3D. So how do we solve that? Like in this situation, the white car, which car is in front of the white car? Is that the blue one, or is that the red one? You can't know, you don't know, because it can be the red one, or it can be the blue one. It all depends on the traffic rules that apply at that moment. Eventually, we feed that data into the simulation and a traffic simulation, and the movement will appear. And but note that the animation of the car is not really detailed. The wheels are not moving, the wheels are not turning. We can do better than that. Every car, the base model of that car has a rig, and that rig that can be modified for every car you have. If you have an 18-wheeler, it has a totally different rig than a simple car like this. And the rig, it's a constraint-based rig. Use it for turning the wheels and making a drive animation. We add several animation actions to it, or one for standing still. We can add an animation for driving straight at 10 miles per hour, or turning left at 15 miles per hour. And in the panel we deliver, you mentioned that speed. And using that data, the traffic simulation will then generate the animation of the wheels that's needed. So it will select several animation actions that are near the current velocity of the car, and then starts merging it. And the same thing can also be done by more complex armatures like pedestrians, where we have a lot of actions, and based on the actual speed and the actual velocity of the agent, the animation is merged together. The merging will then be placed inside the NLA. And still in the NLA, you can still tweak the things what you want. You can add modifiers to it or add a corrective layer on top of it. But then the thing happens from you have thousands of cars in your city driving, and something happens and you want to see why. So we added a debugging option into the crowd simulation. This is also available for the normal crowd simulation and for the traffic module, where for the active car agent that you have selected, you will see from, okay, what decision did it take? But sometimes a decision in this is just too high level. So we also added a debug node. And in the debug node, you see the detailed data from, okay, this is the data it used to this is the data that has been used to make that the agent made the decision. Like here, it's decelerating because there's a car in front. That's a traffic system action. This is an overview of what the system can do. Get your copy. Your copy you can get here very soon. We hope within 2 weeks. We're doing some final testings on all the platforms to make sure that it works correctly. And we also have a version available with only the traffic simulation. So if you're not, you don't need the crowd and full crowd simulation, you can also get a traffic only simulation. We have demo versions available, and we have a newsletter where we will announce when it is released, but we will also post it on Blender Nation. And after that, we have some ideas we want to work on. And for the traffic system, it's more to have more artistic controls about the decisions that the agent makes. We also want to add an option where you can select the traffic system and then generate a base mesh so you can model further from it. Currently, all the connectors are have a circular form, and we want to support multiple forms because sometimes that form does not match the place you are modeling. And of course, we need to create a lot of tutorials. I would like to thank everyone for the last year for their support. We also got a lot of feedback and advice from companies who really want to use crowd simulations in their productions. What were they looking for? And I would like to thank you all and the community for their support. Thank you.
Hello everybody. So as I remember when I was a small kid, I started to use Blender. It's where I discovered 3D actually. And now it's crazy for me to be here in Amsterdam presenting a talk for Ubisoft with Blender. So yes, the title of my talk is like Blender at the Ubisoft Strategic Innovation Lab. So I'm pretty sure some of you know what Ubisoft is. We are one of the biggest game company in the world. We are working on licenses such as Assassin's Creed, Tom Clancy, etc. And I am working in a department called the Ubisoft Strategic Innovation Lab, and I'm going to explain a little bit what we are doing and what's our role inside Ubisoft. And here is the 3 points I'm going to see that we are going to see in this presentation. So the first one is like, I'm going to present the Strat Lab, the Strategic Innovation Lab. Then we are going to see some use cases of Blender in the prototypes that we do. I'm actually going to show you 2 of the prototypes that we have done. And then we are going to see a little bit the story of Blender at Ubisoft, how it started and how we ended up funding Blender in the Blender Fund. So the mission of the Strategic Innovation Lab is to anticipate the future. So we are a team, we are now 25 people, and we are exploring different techs, different business models, societal changes, and we have a team of researchers that are doing prospective research. So we have 4 main activities. The first one being prospective research. We are dealing with subjects such as blockchain, such as 5G, such as AI, and those teams are doing presentation and are trying to communicate to the other people at Ubisoft around those subjects. Then we have open innovation. The idea is that we are dealing with different companies to co-create, to co-innovate together. And for instance, we have a program at Station F. Station F is actually one of the biggest startup incubator of the world. And we are teaming up with different startups in order to see what they are doing. It's basically a win-win situation because we learn and we share, and they share with us ideas and things. And then we have a communication team, and this communication team is in charge of sharing what we are doing at the lab internally, but also externally. And the idea is that they also sometimes create big events. And we are going to see one event at the end of the presentation. It's the Ubisoft Blender Jam that we organized like 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to show you some pictures of it. And finally, the team I'm working in, the prototyping team, we are called the Makers, and we are there for making prototypes and to making things more tangible. So we are showing internally and sometimes externally, like here, prototypes in order to convince in a more concrete way the things that we are exploring at the lab. So here is the team, part of the team. So we have Caroline Jonteur. She's actually directing the lab. She's the Chief Strategic Innovation Officer at Ubisoft. And on the right side, you have the Makers team. So we have Nathalie Paccard. She's the producer of the Maker, and she's also a project director. We have Amandine. She's a UX strategist. When we are prototyping, we always start with a UX question. We are like trying to find what are the needs of our users, and that's where everything starts in our process. Then we have Robert. He is a senior R&D programmer. We have Mark. He is a senior programmer. We have Jana. She is a R&D programming assistant. We have François, junior GameFlap programmer, and then we have Nicolas, our game designer. And finally, myself, I'm Pierre Armand. I'm a technical artist and a developer. I'm doing 2D sketching, I'm doing 3D assets, and but I'm mainly programming, in fact, because we are a small team and we need to create prototype fast, and we need to code a lot. So now what I propose to you is to see Blender use cases in 2 of our prototypes. And the first one is a prototype that we've made on the blockchain by creating a wall on the blockchain. So the idea of this prototype is, I'm going to show you a small teaser, and I'm going to talk over it. And the idea is that as a player, you can pick an island that corresponds to a number, and this number is what we call the seed, and it represents a specific island that will be generated procedurally. And then after this, this island is stamped on the blockchain. So it is actually the own property of the player. And except from the terrain in terms of art, because the terrain is generated procedurally, except from the terrain, all the props and the character were made in Blender. So as you can see, as a player, you can hide treasures, you can collect different seeds, and the seeds gives you access to the possibility of creating a new island. You need to put a seed in order to generate a new one. And as you will see, you can also plant a flag that represents the fact that you are the pioneer of this island, you first discovered it, and then you can also create challenges for the other players. So when they are visiting your island, they will have to reproduce different paths and figures in the air. So this is a challenge, for instance. So this prototype was made in about 5 months, and we were a really small team back in that time, and yes. So we usually in the team we need to do different things. So we are a very multitask team, in fact. So before diving into Blender, I'm going to show you early sketches that I've done while brainstorming with the team. So I'm mainly doing sketches in Krita, another open source software. And at the beginning, I was like trying to find what is going to be the character of this prototype. And I knew I wanted to go in a more low-poly style because with procedural generation content and with the time that we had, it was something that could make us save more time because no texturing, no UV unwrap, and everything could read well in terms of shapes. So I tried to design different style of characters, but at the beginning of the prototyping session, we needed to go fast and to test the controls of the characters. So I quickly went into Blender doing this early version of a character with simple animations in order to go in Unity, the engine that we actually use for prototyping, in order to test the 3Cs, so the controls. I also did some tests with props, as you can see, exploring a more low-poly style, and then I also used cycles for creating like a small scene in order to see how it could look like. And again, this was done really quickly because, of course, the main goal is to show, to focus toward what we want to present in the prototypes in terms of mechanics and in terms of design. And finally, I did this character called Gaspar. We don't know if it's a rabbit or a fox. It's in between. And it was so the final character that was used in the prototype. And I've done some animations, and I have a very iterative process. I always have Unity and Blender and Krita opened, and I'm always going back and forth. Like the cool thing is that, I don't know if you know, but you can drag and drop a blend file in Unity and it actually reads. So that's a pretty cool workflow for a small team. So yes, this was done pretty quickly. And one thing that I absolutely love in Blender is vertex painting. In games, we use vertex painting a lot, and the tools are so simple to use in Blender, and it was a huge time saver for me because we are in this low-poly style, and we wanted to have like the props that were placed dynamically on the terrain that was generated, and we wanted to have different types of colors for the different parts of the model. So in Blender, if you select faces and you press Shift-K in vertex color, it will fill the faces that you selected. And as you can see on the right picture, I've created a gradient of different red tints, and those tints correspond to different materials that will be picked in a lookup texture in the shader, and the x-axis of the texture represents the height of the props. So if the props is on top of a mountain, it will like pick a lighter color, and if it's more toward the ground, it will pick a more like darker color. And another cool thing in Blender is the decimation modifier. Usually in bigger games, we do LODs by hand because we want to control a bit more the shapes. But in this context, because it was a low poly style, I just put a decimation modifier on top of every props, and everything was working pretty fine in terms of like seeing trees from far away, and the shapes could read, and the vertex color was kept. So it was a really huge time saver for me, and it actually worked well in the workflow. So now I want to show you another project. It's called Project Oikos. And in this case, this prototype was an ecosystemic prototype where we wanted to show to our player how an ecosystem works in terms of interaction between different species. So it's a split-screen co-op game where I'm going to show you a demo where you can possess a character. And so you can select a bird, you can select a fish, you can select a worm, and you can select a leaf. I also had the opportunity to record this music for the prototype during the playtime. And as you can see, so it's a split screen game where you need to balance the ecosystem. So you need to be you need to speak a lot with your friend in order to understand the different goals of the character, to understand their needs, to understand how they interact with the different systems that are in the game. So you are playing as one character, but you have also AIs, and we're going to see some technical details about how AIs navigate, especially the worms. But you have AIs that are working alone and that are living their life in the ecosystem. And when you possess a character, you just switch this character from an AI to a player. You're becoming a player controller, basically. And at any time, you can switch. And yes, the pond can go very green in terms of the watercolor. It can be dirty, and you need to basically save the ecosystem in the time that you have. So same process. When we start, we brainstorm a lot. We have a lot of ideas. And at the beginning, I'm doing 2D sketches while brainstorming in order to try to find a visual identity of the game. But as you can see, at the beginning, it didn't end up in the same style of what you saw in the trailer. So exploring different things on Krita. I also explored 2D animation. If back in the time, Grease Pencil was not what it is today, so today I probably would animate in the Grease Pencil rather than in Krita. But I've done some quick animation for testing more humoristic stuff. For me, a rock with eyes is so cute, so I tried to do this. And I've also tested how a style like this could look in 3D. So I think those GIFs were shot in a very early version of Blender, like alpha version of Blender 2.8, and I tried to hand paint a lot the textures, but again it ended up to be a lot of time while to spend, and I still need to code, so it's a bit of time wasted, and we decided at the end to go with a more cartoony style. But before, I also did a very small test of what could the slice of a wall look like, and playing with different scales and things like this. So, and finally, those are the characters that we decided to create. So those are the sketches with big eyes. And this was the first render that I've done in Cycles, using the denoising, I think, back in the time. No, maybe not. But it was just to see how those creatures could look like in terms of cartoony style. And as you can see in Engine, so the four characters, sorry, have big eyes, and the eyes were a way to communicate their emotions. And so for instance, you can see the worm is really angry right now, and we played with this in the game. And in the middle, you can see that that's the first gym of the character. So gym is a way to test the controls of the character and to see how the camera will be positioned. And this was the first gym that we created. And for the eyes, I tested two methods. The first one was using bones that were like rotated for each loop of the eyelids. And finally, at the end, it was costing too much in terms of performances, so I went using two shape keys, one for closing the eye and one for correcting the shape of the eye in the middle, because shape keys are linear. And it ended up to be really cool for us, because I could join both eyes in the mesh, and the shape keys will still be there. So I had a file with one eye, and I just had to merge them into the characters. And in the engine, we only had one mesh with the both eyelid closing and opening. So that was a huge performance save for us. And finally, actually one thing that was important for us was the fact that the worm could navigate on every surfaces of the wall, of the terrain. So what I've done is I've experimented a lot with generating the nav mesh in the engine, but it was like too much time to spend. So I went into Blender using Boolean modifier. I just combined the big rocks together, and it ended up to being the nav mesh, so the surface where the creature could walk on. And a final thing, creating a skybox in Blender was a really cool experience. In fact, you just have to take a camera with a 90-degree field of view, and you shoot in the different directions of the top, bottom, etc. And then you just render this, and you have a cube map. And so I've done this with cycles because I really like the bouncing light below the clouds. And there are some other stuff that we explored, but I don't have time to show you everything. But I explored things with curves in Blender, and yes. So finally, I wanted to show you things that we've done in order to promote Blender at Ubisoft. So in fact, I had the really I had the honor to have trust from my managers in order to go in front of the top management of Ubisoft and to show them what was Blender and what was open source in the context of Blender. And I had a really good response. And a few months later, they agreed on funding Blender. So for me, that was like amazing. And I was like, so thanks. But this is like a work of a lot of people. So behind the scenes, we created an internal community. We are a lot of people at Ubisoft for personal projects like using Blender, and we started to discuss a lot, sharing stuff, sharing add-ons, sharing techniques. So at the beginning, we were a few, like we were maybe 5 at just the beginning, but after we changed the tools that we use internally to chat, and then it grew up really fast, and now we are more than 350 people chatting about Blender at Ubisoft, so it's pretty cool. And I had the opportunity to do many presentations, workshops, organize training inside at Ubisoft, like showing simple stuff that are so easy to do in Blender and that are a huge time saver for modeling, for animation rigging, and stuff like this. We have a book at the Strategic Innovation Lab that we do internally and that we share with all the studios, and I had a chance to write an article about Blender in it, and we also did internals video for just more top-down videos where we explain, without going into technical details, what Blender is. And I also teamed up with the Ubisoft Animation Studios. They are probably in the room somewhere here, and we did a lot of exchange about they did a lot of work about how a pipeline could work, and they finally decided to use Blender in their production. So, and they are also thinking to push code back to the community. So that's something really cool for me, and we. And finally, we organized a jam. So I'm going to show you that. But just before, I want to show you really quickly a small demo, a tech demo that I've done. I remember I was walking to the office, and in my head I was like, oh, I need to show what Eevee is. And at the beginning it was like, I think it was in alpha version, this test. And I started to try to create a bust in a more realistic way. It was crashing a lot, but it was also a video for me that I could push internally and say, oh, look, this is cool. You can groom in real time hair. You can like create procedural brush to like add scars, blood scars in the head. You can sculpt. You can retopologize. You can basically stay in Blender doing like things like that. Of course, it's not perfect, but for me, it was also a way to say you can do this kind of stuff in a very short amount of time. So this video was shared internally. And so, yes, I said it, but we joined the corporate gold membership of Blender, and we also had the chance to have a training with Siren and Jorun. Yeah, thanks to Ubisoft Animation Studio, they invited me to be part of this training, and we actually were in the lab, so you can see the face of different people I'm working with here from the animation studio. And the Blender Jam was the event that we organized. So Robert, the senior programmer that I'm working with, told me one day, well, it could be nice if we invite some students from the best animation school and game school from Paris or from France to team up with Ubisoft people so the student can teach Blender stuff at to the Ubisoft people that don't know Blender, and the Ubisoft people could teach them what is like the real work, what is actual real production is, and so they can exchange it. It ended up being like so amazing for us, and here are some photos of the jam. It was at the Strategic Innovation Lab, and it was such a great moment. We also had the chance to have Pablo in the jury, so it was like such a great moment meeting those amazing people. And here is the communication team that organized the event. It was such a great work, and it was over a weekend. And I have a really short video that sums up, it's in French, sorry, but that sums up like the event in terms of what we've done. So you are visiting our office at the Strategy Innovation Lab. I did a masterclass at some point showing stuff like bendy bones, lattices. And the idea was that the students and the mentors, the idea was to create projects around different themes. So we had themes like stylized, we had themes like from micro to micro, and the idea was to combine this with Ubisoft licenses. And it was a video that was shown before the jury. And finally, here is the final picture with the jury, the students, and the Ubisoft people. And it was such an honor to have this great jury. In fact, we had the chance to have, as the president of the jury, the chief creative officer of Ubisoft. And this was like such an honor. And we had like so many cool people in the team. And in the middle, we have Pablo. So I was like a little kid, you know, like, wow, that's so cool. So I would like to thank like so many people. I cannot say the names because it will take an hour, but like at Ubisoft, there are so many people that are involved in learning Blender, like trying to see how we can like put this tool as another tool for our artists to use in production. So in fact, it's just the beginning for us. So we are working on it, and I would like to thank all the Blender community, Ton for creating Blender. It's such a great tool, and all the people that worked at the Blender Foundation. It was like amazing to meet you this week, this Blender conference. So thanks a lot.
Where's the water? Where's Sergey hiding? Where's Sergey hiding?
We're waiting for the screen.
Why is Sergey hiding?
Sergey's hiding.
What happened to Clement?
He's sick.
Sergey is missing.
You guys can hang out for 5 minutes.
Ah, no. But then we can start already with the introduction.
There is going to be no recording.
But then you can have no recording even. Nothing. Wait 5 minutes.
Hello.
What can we do in 5 minutes? Make it show a video or something. No. Talk about something in general, but it's not being streamed.
Right. Frustrating. And get out of the way. Yes. Just standing around and always have to look up.
Sitting there from the summer
What do you mean?
project.
In time.
Of course.
Hence, stage, you on stage.
Yeah, there's room. Go all the way there. Franciscus hate us already because we're taking way more than the camera can shoot. You're welcome. It's going to be only a couple of more minutes. We are waiting for the video to be recording, to work. So it's nicely streamed. It must be any time now.
Are we going to sing a song?
We
Can
can
do that?
sing a song.
Sing a song. Sing what are you going to sing? So,
Every night after we start.
because we didn't have music yet in this island, now he's over there somewhere hiding. So we are going to almost ready to go. So I'm sorry that there's no song today coming, but next year we expect an opera at least, right? At least. Oh, look at that! Now we are talking. You. Okay, everyone. Now, welcome to the developer Ask Me Anything. We have Blender developers here lined up. We're going to start with asking every developer shortly to say the name and what they do or did for Blender. And then I and Plasma Solutions, or Thomas Beck, we will look at the sides and we are going to give people microphones. And you can have any question you want, but it has to be something related to software development. Okay? Let's start.
Hi, I am Simran. I work for the Blender Institute, and I'm the coordinator for the animation module working on Alembic and USD.
Hi, I'm Aaron, and I work mostly on documentation and fix small annoyances inside Blender.
My name is William Reinisch, and I work as a user interface designer.
Hello, I'm Julien Durour. I'm currently the main developer of GLTF, import and export.
Hi, I'm Mike. I did a lot of the OpenGL upgrade for 2.8, and now I'm independently working on game development tools for Blender.
I'm Pablo. I'm a character artist, and I've designed and coded skull mode tools.
I'm Jeroen. I'm a coordinator of sculpting, vertex painting, and a lot of stuff, and I do a lot of drawing code.
Hi, I'm Sebastian Parborg, and I'm more of a jack-of-all-trades guy. I do a bit of everything, I feel. But right now, it's mostly animation system or stuff like that.
Hi, I'm Jack. I'm currently working on the new node-based particle system.
The fans.
I'm Julian, also working at the Institute. I'm doing UI development, like workspaces and file browser and VR and everything, and UR.
I am Stefan, and I'm mostly working on cycles.
I'm Bastien. I'm mostly working on data management or library override, asset management, all that kind of stuff.
I'm Ines. This year I focused mostly on documentation, on the development portal, and also a bit on the user manual.
Hi, I'm Lucas. I'm mostly working on cycles, but currently also finishing Udemy.
Hi, I'm Howard. I work on modeling tools, mostly Bevel, but also Boolean, which will be released very soon, new Boolean.
Hi, I'm Monique. Past year I've done, I think, most of my time bug fixing, patching, and Blender education.
Hi, my name is Sebastian, and I'm working on fluid simulations.
Hi, my name is Hans. I've been working on Bevel recently.
Hi, I'm Dalai. I'm working as one of the development coordinators with Nathan Lettery. Big show of hands for the team here.
Okay, let me show hands if you have questions. Who has a question? Over there.
Hi, David Gilson from the UK. I think my question is probably for Jacques. Big Animation Nerds fan. Any idea when modifiers will become nerds instead of just things in a sidebar?
So a couple of months ago, we had to decide whether we want to do particles or procedural modeling first. And in the end, we decided to do particles first because we really want to get rid of the old particle system and get rid of the code and have something better. The plan is to go into procedural modeling and modifier nodes after the particle system rewrite.
More questions. Questions.
So I have a question about Alembic. Is there, what's kind of the timeline on, say, bringing in animated camera data or, I guess, just generally non-mesh data?
I am currently thinking about a new layer inside the animation system, because right now there is a patch available by Kevin Dietrich that loads some camera parameters, but it requires some nasty jumps through hoops that I'd rather avoid. So I can't really give you a timeline because it's all very much design phase yet. But we have I have some ideas to put it in the animation layer in the same as you have keyframes and drivers, and then you would also get loading stuff from cache.
Thank you, Sibran. I have a question over there. The guy from the first row. I can go there. Oh, there's...
Right there, yeah. User interface question. Currently, it's a little awkward to work on multiple windows in Blender on multiple monitors because you have to click twice to give focus and then start working. I don't know if that's something that would be easy to modify, or and I don't know who to ask that question to, but that's kind of my question.
All right. It's Julian or William? That's the question I have. I guess Julian. There's so many this year.
Okay, if we go to fabricator.developer.blender.org right now, there's a task for this in the user interface project, and it's a high priority choice, so it's actually something that we really want to get fixed finally, but it is a bit of a hassle. I had to do quite some stuff there for the file browser, and you really need to dig into the low-level operating system dependent stuff. So yeah, it is a big hassle, and we probably need to do some trickery and do stuff that the operating system APIs aren't written to do, but yeah, it's a high priority thing, and we want to get it done as soon as possible.
Hello, I have a question on the particle system, and I wonder if you have if you are planning to do a level of detail system for the particles. Because, for example, when you have vegetation, I would like that automatically what's far get some maybe also some different mesh or some different level of subdivision.
To me, it seems like this is not particle system specific, but more like instancing specific question. So it should be part of some instancing system. And I don't see any real reason why we can't have it, just not my priority currently. So.
This is also something that the library override system can help with when you start having different instances and having overrides on them. Bastian, do you want to?
Yeah, you could have different revisions, for example, or variants of an same assets with different levels of details. So you can just switch between them in from the outliner, for example, and it would apply to all scene or automatically.
First of all, I would like to say a big thank you for all your hard work. I admire you. Huge respect for that. And now the question. We have something like cyclist camera visibility checkbox, and I would like to ask if we would have something like that in EV also.
Jeroen, you're the draw manager, resident developer. Well, if it is possible, we will have it. We do have EV as its own standalone engine, but one of their goals is to be totally compatible with the Cycles workflow. Why you don't have it? I don't know. I think it's really possible. But Clement is the lead developer on that. And then he's not here, but then Lucas is going to fill in for him.
I have to say that I'm not an expert on this, so I might be wrong in this, but my assumption would be that due to how EV works, it's hard to implement overrides because, for example, reflection, everything is done in screen space. So if you don't want to reflect the objects that's on the screen, you can't reflect anything because you don't know what's behind it in a rasterization pipeline. So I would assume that the only thing you could do is hide it completely or not, and we already have viewport visibility for that.
I see, thank you.
Of course, with light probes, you can get a lot of these done with only a collection affecting the reflection. So we gotta have to find our way around that.
It's a question for the interface. Is the 101 project something that we can expect in the future?
Tom, do you wanna answer this one?
It's a secret project. We don't talk about it. But no, I mean, you know me. I like to dream futures and plans, and to say, well, we have to make Blender so much more awesome because it's still not good enough. And the 101 project is about having a 2.8 compatible startup file template, which would be more easy for teachers to put in high school or so. And it could be a UI with only some monkeys and some textures, and you drop them in the 3D viewport. And it's a proof of concept to show to trainers and teachers that they can use Blender to configure environments in which they can teach people something. But to do that, I think the code is almost finished for it, but we still need people on board to set it up as a project without adding more burden to them. So I've been put a little bit on the back on this, like guys said, Tom, it's nice if you do this, but not with them, right? So it's a bit, I'm waiting for the right moment to put it back. Yep.
The other part, if I may answer as well, the other part of the answer is that the 101 project as like a separate thing is a lot less necessary with a lot of development that has happened and will happen. So you have things like the toolbar and active tools that makes it easier to use Blender more visually. You don't need to know about all the hotkeys. Another thing that will enable usage of Blender that is a lot more sort of immediate and intuitive is the asset manager. So you could sort of drag things together, drag in materials, that kind of thing. So there are lots of developments.
But the asset manager is planned, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So that will should greatly help as just a basic built-in feature. And now we have things like left-click select by default. So you see Blender moving in that direction, becoming more powerful and easier to use over time.
Okay.
Julian wants to add something very brief about that.
Yeah, really brief. Like one of the things that I'm always being told when I talk to teachers or to some teachers, they say that people, or the idea that kids always struggle to use Blender and want a really simple Blender is sometimes not really true. It seems like it's more the teachers that struggle with a complex Blender than kids actually. And so I rather spend time improving Blender as a whole than focusing on simplifying things for the specific thing. Yeah.
it's still the 101, something that we still see as a project. For 3D printing, for example, you might want a subset of Blender, and you're gonna get it. Next.
Hi, I have a question on the new particle system. Right now we have like a start and end emission process. Does it will convert it in a rate process because it can be really practical for us?
What? Oh, yeah, I want to get Mantaflow to talk as well.
So I think the question was if we can have, instead of a start and end frame for the emission, just a rate that you can keyframe things.
Yes, totally.
If you go on the builder.blender.org and then go to the experimental branch and test the functions branch, which is where the current state of the particle system is in, you will see that, in fact, the mesh emitter already has this functionality right now.
Okay, great, thank you.
First, a question to everybody. Who experienced having the viewport in 2.8 slower than in 2.7?
Not many, but it's valid.
It's same with me. So, is
what's the
there
question?
a good reason therefore? Is this something that's being worked on? Because
yes, there's a reason for it.
Okay.
I hear it's my fault, so I take all the blame. But well, yeah, we first went to a new OpenGL level version, what also add a lot of burden into how to get the GPUs ready and get the GPUs drawing correct. We all know about it, and all the developers are working on it to improve the system. And we have some ideas to improve it, but it's a long run to get it all in there. So we know about it.
Maybe Mike wants to add something about it as well. Mike did one of the early engineering for the new drawing API.
Yeah. Well, if you're blaming the new thing on the new OpenGL, then that is my fault, and I'm sorry. But as far as why it's slow, I mean, one of the things was that I noticed was slow to resize windows and things like that, and that's about reallocation of buffers, because we're drawing into buffers instead of drawing directly to the screen, and so that's a thing. But in normal usage, you don't have to do that, and what makes it slow is that, I guess, I don't know. I mean, I can think of one specific thing that could be improved, and I might pitch in, but it's like, yeah.
Can I just ask a follow-up question? Because are you sure you don't mean that transforming things in edit mode is slow? Is that could be what you mean as well? Because that's a little bit not so much viewport related, but.
Because it has to rebuild it behind the scenes.
Yeah. Throughout the 2.8, we tried to. The main goal was to have a playback animation as fast as we can. Even if we had to sacrifice performance elsewhere. So it really depends on where we're facing it. I'm not surprised it might happen. It's way more workload to the shader, to the graphic card with 2.80, but we're expecting production computers to be decent results. People working in the studio seem to be fine. But we're gonna get improved, I hope.
Not asking for more complexities, but is there any perspective for programmable OpenGL shaders?
The programmable OpenGL, the one that's only, I think it's not compatible with Mac, right?
No, it's just that you can create your own shader code in Eevee.
Right. Another first one to ask this in the conference. It's about how can I have my own material in Eevee made by myself. Does anyone want to comment on this? Jeroen, maybe? Basically, maybe I can add a little bit that throughout the Eevee at 2.80, we changed the whole underlying drawing API and draw code. We did a new API to help anyone drawing with the add-ons. We had a draft in the beginning to have a whole engine that could be 100% OpenGL, or to allow for something like LuxRender or Arnold, whatever external engine you plug into Blender, to have its own custom GLS drawing. Never went out of the paper. We still haven't seen the need from the other engines that would help maintaining this, so That's maybe one of the reasons I didn't pursue it further. But maybe you can help.
Oh, hi. Hi. I had a question about Blender Interactive Mode and what the timeline was on when it'll be released, and if there would be future plans for support with web deployment.
Don, do you want to answer that one? Don, do you want to answer about the one about the Blender Interactive? Basically, we tried to, or we had a design for how to replace what once was the Blender game engine with a whole interaction in the UI. And if you think about the tool project with Everything Has a Gizmo, the VR project, which we're working on, which everything is, we are inside the viewport to work on, was a move in that direction. However, to really wrap it, to really have it as interactive mode, we didn't get the developer to do it. We had someone that maybe would be able to do it. He didn't have the time, and we kind of had to prioritize everything else, which is a lot. So sorry, but there's no timeline on that. Sorry. I think there was someone here. No. Oh. I think he was here first. Well, after
Hello.
we do you.
Hi, I have a question about the new bevel modifier. I saw a presentation, by the way, great, thank you for your work. You were using the UI graph to create a new profile to use on a bevel. Have you considered using a Bezier curve instead, a 3D curve? Because that's easier to control and it might be easier to save profiles to use later.
So for some background, the question was about the custom bevel profiles, which should be coming in 282. Yeah, and so I would like to add the sharing the curve with a Bezier curve object in the viewport actually. So I'd like to work on that at some point, and it should be fairly doable. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's also a chance for people to ask about the code, the development, how does my patch get into the Blender? People have been asking those, so it's not only about the users. Someone else haven't had a question here. But I think he was here first. Sorry, get in line.
First off, the EV viewport has been incredible and revolutionized my workflow. But along those lines, I've noticed that when I try to render out the EV viewport, it's significantly slower, even if I'm just rendering out, as if in the OpenGL viewport in 279, when I'm just trying to render out the viewport settings. Equivalently, I get significantly slower render times, and if I'm trying to render out a significant portion of, like a significant frame count, I can preview it at 60 frames per second in the viewport, but then when I render it out, it's something like 5 frames per second at a render speed. Are there any plans to improve that, or is there something that I'm doing wrong?
I will first answer the question, what happens, why is it slower? And basically when you do it in the viewport, it's rendered by the GPU and it's displayed directly on the graphical card, so that's fast. And if you're doing a playback in the viewport, it only calculates a single sample. So when you render to an image, a lot of other stuff will happen. It renders 64 samples, so but that's not the main case. What happens next is that the GPU image is copied back to the CPU, and on modern graphical cards, that's a really slow process. You can only do it 20 times per second. That's the main burden of that. Why do we do it? Why do we copy it back to the CPU? That's for the color management. That's for the sequencer. That's for the compositor. And basically, that's the slowdown. The copying back from the GPU to the CPU.
Texture painting.
Oh, please get up.
Texture painting. What would be really cool is to be able to paint to textures that are not the active color map and see the rendered view. Say if you've got a black and white map for switching between two textures, to paint on a black and white, but see the mix between your textures, materials.
Look at that. Our first feature request is sneaked in as a question. you want to answer something around that? The plans for texture painting, Pablo?
Currently, texture paint has an insane amount of issues related, like starting from the brush engine, how it's designed. So I want to think of or make a new design on how textures will work and how we are going to tag textures with channels to paint PBR materials and to have multi-layer painting. And obviously that is going to come with that. But we need to get the basic stuff right first, like the brush engine, like rotating the 2D view. So I think we should start getting that right first before doing advanced cool stuff.
What you're asking about, which is, could you see the final result while you paint in the viewport? And you can already do that if you. Yeah. But yeah.
Blender already has a separation between the active painting channel and whatever you're seeing. You can just see in the Eevee, then everything's composed, and you can just be painting on the blend channel. But as Pablo said, Udin, multi-layer texture painting. There's so many things we want to add, but they have to be done properly. So luckily we have people here to do it.
Hello. I would like to ask about the recent AMD sponsorship. And there was mentioned Vulkan API integration into Blender. What does it mean more generally, and would it bring GPU rendering in cycles on Mac? Thanks.
Okay. So what does it mean now that we are gonna have more incentive to have Vulkan in Blender?
Not a lot of improvement. It's about the OpenGL is not being developed anymore for a long time. So we need to go to a newer version and or newer render API, and that's Vulkan. Basically, the step of Blender 2.8 was first to get up to a level, OpenGL 3.3, so it's easier to switch to another render engine. And Vulkan is our choice, so we will go that way. But it's not an easy task. It's Vulkan is really optimized for gaming and for distributing gamings and applications or 3D software application. It's quite hard to get that fit into Vulkan. But I know that Clément has a plan for it, how to execute it. It's really up finding time and to do that. And afterwards, a lot of stuff will become available to Eevee, to whatever.
We just don't. There's a chance that there's not going to be great performance improvements. Although Vulkan is praised as it is, and it's fantastic, because the architecture we're pursuing is not really thought to work in tiles and this kind of optimization without huge revamp, which won't do. Get up.
Yeah, I would like to know about the undo system, because it seems really slow.
Hello, Bastian. Comment ça va? Well, exactly, it's not his fault, he's just helping here. There's a branch, right?
There is a branch for the asset engine system, yes, and like we have plans to get it the first initial version in 282 or 283. Why is it slow? Because I've been working on a lot of other things. But wait.
Why is undo is low in 2.8 and 2.79? And part of this is that we're now having copyright on everything, and then Bastian's gonna.
Yeah, the main issue is that after each undo step, we have to rebuild the whole depth graph. So you have to reevaluate all your modifiers, a lot of things. So that's what is making undo slow currently. And globally, the plan is to undo less, if I can say that. So that we will only undo things that changed, and try to keep the whole data of things that didn't change in an undo step, including the old evaluated data, so that you don't have to rebuild it. So ideally, we should gain a lot of speed, especially on complex scenes with that system. And that is planned for 82.
And that should give 2.8 in pair with 2.79. And then from there on, it can maybe keep improving, can cache the modifier stack all the way to the last one for the active object. So we're tweaking something that's really, really got a quick iteration.
Hello, is there a roadmap or at least hope to drop the old internal texture for modifiers and be able to use texture nodes for displace modifier, for example?
Tough one. Jack, maybe? Oh. We removed most of the Blender internal textures and kept only in a few places. And
so there isn't really a schedule for texture nodes currently. Like, we definitely do plan to implement texture nodes, and when you have texture nodes, it should be easy to use them in modifiers. If we probably we won't even have modifiers at that point anymore. So, but yeah, it's just right, because you have nodes. So yeah, when you have texture nodes, we can use them for procedural modeling and everything. I don't see why not. It just takes time.
Maybe for Cycles, why Cycles doesn't have its own texture nodes? Let's say, Stefan. Is anything from Cycles preventing it from having more texture nodes support?
As in texture nodes, as in like more procedural textures, more various procedural textures. Well, to a certain degree, is the more code we add to Cycles. Traditionally, we always had a problem. If we made Cycles more and more complex, it would get harder to get it to run on GPUs. Sometimes it would actually fail to run at all on certain GPUs, or it just would get progressively slower the more code and more complex we made Cycles. If you're leaving GPUs aside, you can go crazy with anything you want with open shading language. And maybe one of the long-term goals could actually be using open shading language as well on the GPU as well. And then you can actually create your own shader nodes and go crazy with any texture any way that you like. That would, in my opinion, be an ideal future. There's parts of open shading language that are already working with CUDA. I am not aware of anyone that has public support for OpenCL. We'll see. I mean, it would be really cool to have that. I don't think there's anyone actively working right now on really adding like a very complex system. I mean, we've had few new procedurals being added recently. It's just a judgment you have to make. Like, is adding that extra code, extra complexity, extra maintenance to an already complex engine worth the effort? Or are we like adding one feature and blocking all the users from getting more speed?
That's for my curiosity. The 2.7.9 and all the texture nodes are still on 2.8.
Oh, we got rid of
but
some
only
of them,
for
but they
brushes and things, or
they're unusable, says Bastian.
Yeah.
It's there, but it's kind of in a dormant state.
Yeah. Good.
So.
Oh, there was one.
Yeah, I was just wondering about motion blur in Eevee. How's it going with that? And yeah.
There's we do have the camera motion blur, and we have a task that we will get object motion blur. It's just one of the many tasks that still needs to be done.
Hi, I'm a big fan of the adaptive subdivision and micro displacement. Is there any plans to develop that further and maybe have support for Eevee?
Oh, for Eevee.
It's open subdiv, right?
Well, we said micro displacement, micro surfacing, right? Does anyone know for the cycles? Be that Stefan or Lucas? Give us your opinion on the matter.
Well, I think there is still some work going on with the micro displacement and cycles, but I'm not really up to date on it right now. And as for Eevee, I don't see a technical reason why it would not work, but as I said before, I'm not an expert in Eevee at all, so there might be something that prevents it, but I think it might work, maybe.
Those more advanced programming shaders could even work on Eevee, but then whenever you switch to Vulkan and to Metal, if you want to support an Apple, might be an issue. That's what Jeroen was going to say, so there you go. Next. I hear someone asking about Udine. Lucas, I'll get to you, sorry. When is Udine going to happen in Blender?
That depends on how, do we want the full feature set right now, or is it, because right now, most things are working. The only thing that's still blocking it is the Workbench engine, which is kind of important for texture painting, so we would probably want support for that. I'll probably need help from Jeroen, anyone who knows more about that. And apart from that, it's mostly a case of just review and organizing things and making sure there are no bugs left, because most of the code has been just sitting around for a year and things have changed. And yeah, just some polishing and Workbench and review.
Now for the real question.
Okay. So I was trying to modify a stroke in the sculpt mode via API, Python API, and I got a error saying incorrect context, which I was told that that's the wrong mouse input. So what I'm wondering is it possible to program through the API a stroke for the sculpt mode through just programmatically doing that, and possibly recording and playing back sculpts?
I mean, there are several levels in that question. On the generic level of the API, the Python API, operators in Blender are expected to run with a certain set of data which are featured by a context. When you are running that operator from the command line or from a script, you often don't have the same context that the one is expected. So you have to fill it yourself, generate a context yourself with the data that is required. So that's the technical part. For the sculpting thing, I will let one of the sculpting guys answer. But in general, you have you can define curves in the API already for painting. I should be able to do it for sculpting too.
I have a prototype somehow working more or less for storing the strokes and repeating them in history, if that is what you're trying to do. But it only works on Sculpt mode. So I need to do something similar for texture paint if we want to keep compatibility in all modes. See, if we can have only for Sculpt mode, I can make the patch. It's fine.
We do have something similar for the MPX project. They're doing via Python add-on a way to control the strokes for sculpting and grease pencil via Python. So it's I think you got some answers here.
Yeah, hello. I'm fairly new to Blender. I used 3ds Max for 20 years just to make the switch. But one of the first things I was looking for is a material library, like a built-in material library. Is that something that's in the pipeline?
We do call it differently. We call Asset Manager. Yeah. What's the timeline for Asset Manager, Bastien?
Well, asset management itself is for 82 or 83, the first basic release of it, and then we will, of course, keep building on it. And for the material library, there's also the cloud on blender.org, which features a set of easy-to-use shaders already.
And of course, we have the Blender Cloud add-on, which allows you to use some of the assets that are in the Blender Cloud directly into Blender. And there's a few independent projects. We had the Blender Kit presenting something last night and all that. So Asset Manager, those are going to be the main projects that's going to take care of that.
Hi, I'm a hard surface modeler, and I heard during the introductions that there's a new Boolean system in the works. So just could you tell us about that? What's going to come from it? How will it improve modeling workflow?
A new Boolean system from scratch.
Yeah, so a lot of people complained when Quark was taken away. It was taken away because there was nobody who really wanted to maintain it. It wasn't maintained at source. So I've been writing Boolean from scratch. I'm getting close. The main things I'm addressing are you can have coplanar intersections It uses doubles inside instead of floats, so some of the precision errors will probably go away. And you probably won't have to have completely closed things to intersect. It'll be allowed to have a little bit of leak there.
No, just speak closer. It's going to be fantastic. It's already fantastic. When do we have it in Blender?
In a month or two.
I have a question. For the audience, who is still using 2.79? Aha, wow. Now I want to know, what is it that we have to do to make you move to 2.8?
No, for me, I just need my time, but I'm moving soon now.
Yeah. Okay, who else? Is there something we really have to do to get 2.8 working for you?
I mean, for rendering in Eevee, I have to use screen capture for like rendering a viewport render, where I could do the OpenGL in the last one. And if I'm sending to like a server farm, then I can't just open up a screen capture and screen capture the viewport.
Well,
is that for offline rendering or?
Offline, yeah. What do you mean by screen capture?
My previous question was about how like I can view render at 60 frames per second. But then when I'm actually rendering it out to my files, it's about 5 frames per second.
Okay.
But if I open up a screen capture, I can quote unquote render at 60 frames per second. But I could have done that in 2.79 at 60 frames per second or faster even. So.
But you mean it's the playback speed of the viewport for things? Okay, so we have to make Blender much faster.
No, it's only for offline rendering. It's only for offline rendering. There are a few people that had similar problem because it could render very fast with the Blender internal, but for Eevee, they don't know how to use a render farm with GPU, and that's part of the problem. But some people are fixing that already.
More 279 features, okay? Yeah. What? The compositor. The compositor, it works fine.
Is the compositor not working as we had in 2.79? Real, it's not rhetoric.
I mean, 2009 and 2.8, the compositor are the same, basically. Oh. We come back to that at the end, okay? We come back to that. Who else has 279 things that we have to fix in 280?
Over there? Can you just scream and we repeat?
Thank you. We passed the project from 2.79 to 2.8, and we have a very lack of performance when we had a lot of modifiers like array or subsurface, and it was very complicated because we can't finish the project because of that. We dropped to 24 frames per second to 5 frames per second for. It was really, really hard.
So you meant arrays and particles? That's what you said?
No, arrays and subsurface modifiers.
A subsurface object. Does anyone want to? Well, yeah, okay. Well, we have the open subdiv in 2.80, but only the CPU one. So that's one of the problems people are noticing. Like, it's slower now than it had. Yeah, because now it's CPU, used to be GPU. We hope that Sergey is going to work on that. Oh, hold on.
So one of the reasons that the open subdivision is slower than the previous method is that the previous method we had in 2.79 before we deprecated and removed it did a lot of like shortcuts in the subdivision method. So, and for a lot of people that was a problem because it produced low quality results. And because we didn't want to maintain it ourselves, we moved to OpenSubdiv that computes very high quality subdivision surfaces. And the issue with that is because it's high quality, it takes longer time to compute. And especially if you have vertices that don't have 4 edges. So if you have something with 3 edges, 5 edges or more, it becomes a lot slower because it has to do specific tricks to figure out how the mathematical surface for the subdivision surface will look. Sergey has looked into this quite a bit, and it's a hard nut to crack because a lot of the optimizations we thought we could do wasn't possible. So now we're kind of stuck between not really knowing if we can speed up the open subdivision on the CPU anymore. We're still looking into the GPU stuff, but we're not sure either, because it seems like it's quite a common problem with OpenSub in itself, that it's not really built for, or maybe it's built for, but at least in our cases, it's slow when you edit the meshes. If you just have a static mesh, pull it through, it caches the result, then it's fast because it doesn't have to do these computations again and again and again. But in Blender, because it's a generative system, it's slow because then it has to recalculate all those stuff every time for the mesh.
Am I allowed to add a quick question? I mean, okay. About OpenSubDiv and why it's not on GPU, because like if topology changes and things like that, then you have to recalculate all these things. But just once you have things set up and you're animating, I mean, that's what it's exactly designed to do. So like, what's the holdup?
Well, for the array modifier, it generates geometry. So it's if you have the topology, it's the same. It doesn't change per frame, then it's fast. But as soon as you have something generative like Boolean modifiers or something else that changes the topology of the mesh,
okay, so you're like animating the thing underneath and then adding modifiers and then that?
Yeah.
So in 2.80 we removed two big things like Blender internal. Who's missing Blender internal rendering? Oh, still a couple of people. I heard one person who told me that they use offline rendering or servers, and Blender internal is fantastic for that. But we'll be working on it. The game engine, come on, the game engine. Wow, how many? A little bit. That's not very enthusiastic, right? So this is not a super high priority. But how is interaction mode coming in general?
Well, yeah, they ask, right? We're doing the bits that can allow us to create a whole thing, a design interactive mode. We answered that question already. It's all good, it's all good. No, it's a 2.7, otherwise I have a real question here. Anything more 2.7 stuff?
Yep. I'm still using 2.79 for smoke simulations because subframe interpolation in 2.8 is broken on smoke sims.
Smoke simulation, Sebas.
Yeah, I've seen that it's broken in 2.7, or it works in 2.7.9 and it doesn't in 2.8, but I didn't see a point in putting too much effort into fixing it because the new system is coming out in 2.82, so you just have to wait a bit for the next version.
Thank you, Sean.
So we are still not...
Get up.
Get up, stand up. We are still not using 2.8 because in our company the whole pipeline relied on the GLSL shaders of 2.7. And Dalai, you know the problem, I talked with you about it. I just wanted to mention it, and I'm happy that you're already kind of...
Yes, they were working with Node materials, and they would export the Node materials and use this in their engine. But with Eevee, there's only a hacky way of doing it, so that's on the works. I think there's a question here.
No.
Next year, you're the next after we're done with 2.7 to 2.80.
What person? What?
Yeah, it's not about the 2.7, but there's still 2.7 people there.
Yeah.
One of us. No, I don't use it.
And I'm not completely sure. Sorry, I'm not completely sure, but I think that you cannot OpenGL render the sequencer. Is that right?
You can.
You can?
You're wrong.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can. So I can render
Maybe
Grease Pencil.
Oh, Grease Pencil specific, maybe.
Yeah, the annotation, because now it's annotation in the sequencer. Because I did some tutorials or thing, and I used Grease Pencil to mark things.
But now you mean 2.80 or?
I don't know. 80 is the future for me. So 81 is like, wow.
Well, we are working on the sequencer. We've seen a few talks about that. The Grease Pencil team is particularly keen, and Daniel should be here, by the way, Daniel Lara, particularly keen on having
the editor-centric pipeline. We saw that from Tangent as well, doing Grease Pencil. So even if it's not working, we're gonna get there. I can't see.
Yeah. Okay. Back to the asset manager. How would the asset manager?
If it's not 2.7, we have a line here. Anything else more 2.7? Anyone else still hanging to it? We had the whole presentation about the blending game engine. It was fantastic, Faro 3D. So good luck with that, buddy.
Honestly, okay. I have a question for a thing that was in 2.7 already and is still in 2.8, and that is a little bit for Python development. And it is especially for the console. I think that has been going on for quite a while. That is that you have to toggle the console window to get the actual output from the print commands, for example. And on Windows, that works quite fine because you have that toggle console command. On Linux, for example, you actually have to make like a shortcut to start Blender via the command line so you can actually see the output. Is there maybe any way whatsoever to get the console output visible inside the Blender window without having to toggle all of that?
And that's feature requests. Look at them, feature requests coming, like they're nothing. Does anyone want to comment on that? But that's not preventing you from using 2.80, so you're sneaky bastard.
I mean, we don't have any concrete planning for that or so, but what we plan is having the info editor reramps, or we can put all kinds of information actually in there, like detailed statistics and error logs and notification logs and everything. And we could sort of redirect standard out to that and have the prints in there. I guess that could sort of work. But yeah, I don't think, we don't have any concrete planning for that. It's, yeah.
I think William said before, just the edit mode is really slow if you have a lot of modifiers on your thing, which makes me go back to 2.79 if I have a lot sub-D modeling to do, because I need to see what's going to be my surface. But it's like really slow. Like I drag a vertex and I wait a half a second to see where it's going, and it's somewhere way beyond where it's supposed to go.
What's the scale of your project in your computer station, sir?
Say again?
How big is the project you work on?
No, not big. Just if I have a lot of, just one file, one sub-D modeling object. Sometimes it's just I move a vertex, it's really slow, and then it draws, and it's just all over the place. It's somewhere. I think William mentioned it before.
William, I'm gonna put that on you.
Well, I just yeah, no, but it's but you're right. That's probably what more people are experiencing as being slow, rather than the viewport drawing. I mean, the orbiting the viewport is quite fast, but manipulating vertices is the slow part, which is to do with the depth graph and the new open subdiv thing that was already discussed.
There's still 2.7 topics, okay?
Yeah, 2.7 topic. I get this question every week, so I want to point people to an official answer. Regarding baking, something that people are missing, baking the displacement. It was possible in Blender internal, it's not in 2.8. So what's the official answer?
All right, who likes to talk about baking? We can talk about the baking, the other part, but
I think the official answer right now is there are 2 tasks for displacement and some other type of baking that used to be possible on developer Blender.org. Both of them are created but have 0 comments, and that generally means it is planned, it will be coming back, it will be added to cycles in the future.
Now we're going for the final 2 questions. Very quick.
So in the work that I do, we use custom properties on individual objects, and we want to use the same shaders between those. And I'm just wondering if there's any technical limitations to being able to access custom properties in cycle shaders.
There is no technical limitation, it would just need to be implemented. The main concern, as far as I know, there is the user interface, because you would just type it into the attribute node, but there should be some kind of visual feedback on whether what you typed in is actually going to work in the render. So we will probably need to work with some UI experts, like some UI experts sitting over there, maybe. Okay, maybe not. So yeah, that's definitely possible, and it is planned.
You pass it on, and pass it on, pass it on, and it's with Sibren. Yeah.
What? No, it's over. The topic is answered. Right? Yeah, it's all good.
Okay,
Then we're happy.
We're done. We're done with questions. No, we're done. We're on because we're going to end with a new tradition which I tried as an experiment last year, and that is the audience will vote for a feature. Woo! I know there's manipulations going on here. But we are going to make it a fair vote. So I want to have like 2, 3, 4 topics where you feel like the Blender Foundation should spend more attention on. For example, by giving a developer a grant to work on that specific area in Blender. So can I hear a suggestion from the audience? Compositor has been noted. It's there. What else?
Just scream, it's easier.
Okay, I was thinking about deep compositing.
Deep compositing.
Deep compositing.
But that's compositing, but deep.
We can.
It's part.
But do the compositing people also want deep compositing? Of course. Okay. Okay. I think other features.
Everything node.
We're working on that. We're working on that.
A native voxel object that's addressable, like that's essentially a wrapper for OpenVDB.
Yeah,
like
OpenVDB.
Having access to.
Yeah.
That's like an add-on. You can code that in one day. No?
We have even a task for this. OpenVDB
that kind of
volume
native,
support.
as a primitive in Blender.
Yes, and it will be a volume primitive. Bracket had this idea as a way to do it for cycles.
Okay, so that's a good feature then.
It must be fantastic.
So how many people support this?
Oh, you're voting like this.
You're going to get a hard time beating the compositing mafia here. So we need something more popular than compositing. Come on.
NURBS.
NURBS? NURBS? I thought we wanted to remove NURBS. Okay, that's still a NURBS fan. Shout out.
A separate workspace for Lightning.
That's also easy.
That's a weekend project for.
Very easy. You can do
weekday.
that.
No one works on the weekend.
Ask one of those guys and they will do it like in a few hours for you.
People there, just scream.
What? I missed it.
Multi-layer texture painting.
Ah, multi-layer texture painting. We don't have that. Duh. Well, what about color management? What about working color management? Boo! Yes.
I see someone there asking for a snapping. No, what? What?
Hair simulation.
Grooming and hair
Grooming
simulation.
and hair, yeah.
We have grooming.
Yeah, no, that has to be. Okay.
What? UV editing of what?
We have UV editing. Say something, otherwise we forget.
Parametric objects.
Parametric objects. Oh wow! But can you summarize that in one line? What it exactly means for you?
So you still have your editing options after you start to modify, say, a cube or a.
Is it more like a real modifier stack? With that? No.
No, it's we know what it is. It's like you have a cube with 6 edges, and then you do everything, and then you change to 4 edges, but not a cube.
It's a really procedural object that no geometry, only procedures. So, okay, with booleans and everything. Okay, I think we have enough features now. What?
Don't worry.
Unless someone's really desperate and it's like.
Someone's really desperate.
Camera tracking. Ooh.
Oh, sure. But Yeah, whenever you try to make a Python macro sequence, it doesn't register on what object you click. It would be very cool if that would be added.
No one's gonna vote for that. They want cool features.
They want cool features. So if I'm fine, I will remember 5 of them.
Okay.
We're first going to do a poll for every 5. I want to see hands and see how the division is. Yeah. The parametric objects in Blender. Can I see arms? And you, yeah? Okay. There was a
compositor.
Compositor do last.
Multi-layer.
Multi-layer texture. Multi-layer texture. Editing. Yeah, that's getting popular. Compositing is getting there. But there were 2 more.
It was volumetric. Was one of them?
Hair editing and grooming. Hair?
Hair and grooming and volumetric.
And volumetrics. That's
OpenVTD.
okay. And color management. Oh, we have that already. Color management. Attention to color management. Okay. So.
And the Oscar goes to?
The Oscar, I think the compositor feels a bit. What are the top 2 now?
I think it's compositor and multi-layer.
Yeah, multi-layer, okay. Now we're going to vote for only those 2. Can I get arms for the multi-layer texture editing? And now the one for compositor. It's like the same.
It's about the same, it's hard.
It's like the same, right?
We
have to do both? Yes, we have to do both? Okay, we do both. Woo! Thank you, audience. Okay, we have to wrap it up. Big applause for the developers. Woo! Wow. Wow. Yay!
Holy shit, you're tiny. All of a sudden, it's like very apparent.
Do like me, like this. It's so fun. Oh, it was good.
Is it on? No. Okay.
It's full time. Yeah. The microphone there.
Hello, everyone. So this is the saddest moment of the Blender conference. That's like when it's over. So yes, it's over. I had the 3 most fantastic days ever. This was fantastic. I enjoyed it so much. and I think everybody here had a great time, right? That's so I have two really nice announcements. Number one, there is a reservation already for next year in this venue. You can mark down the dates for conference 2020, which will be 29 and 30 and 31 October, which is the last 3 days of the month. So it includes Halloween, right? Oh. So everybody who will dress up at the Friday party will get something special from us, right? Yeah? Can we do that? Are you okay with this? Yes? Halloween? The second thing is the growth of the Blender project. We had 570 people subscribing for this conference. 570. The limit for this building is about 600 or so. What? Today it was okay, but Thursday and Friday was really, really packed here. So I would like to propose that we are going to do 2 conferences per year, but one of them will be in the United States. So we are going to flip. And we are working on a venue in Los Angeles for end of April, early May. So we can have 6 months on and off, an American conference and a European conference. And I especially like it because I really like to reach out more to our American friends, American developers from the whole range from Canada to Argentina, right? They have to be feeling more comfortable to go to a Blender event. So whether this happens is still not 100% sure. We're working really hard on it. Organizing a conference gets more complicated and more complicated. It takes us now months to pull an event off. So the first LA conference, we take it a little bit smaller, but it will be just as good as this one. So now I would like to end with thanking a whole lot of people. And then you can do the clapping and the cheering. So let's start with Anja and Anne, the 2 loyal ladies downstairs for the desk. I think it's soundproof, but you can thank them on the way out. I'd like to thank Sam van Hulle and Andy Goralczyk for the conference graphic, the cityscape that was here. Fantastic job, guys. Pablo Vasquez for the website and the program booklet. Pablo? We have a new developer in the studio, Sam Mulder. He did the website development, the cloud stuff, and the photo app, which was really awesome. But the photographer could drop photos while they were being made, so we could see them. Sibren worked on the video encoding system. Sibren, thank you. Because it's insane, but within half an hour after the talk, we have everything moving over to YouTube, and that's a very special feature. Sebastian Parborg, and for the system setup, thank you, Sebastian. Bastien Montagne also helped with system setup, and Bastien and Berkan Umed for running the whole recording stage behind there. Sebastian, Berkan. I also had help from Helen Vermaete. Helen, are you still here? Helen? Yes. She helped with the speakers and yesterday with the dinner and things. Olivier Amren for the lightning talks. Olivier? The photographer yesterday, he was so good. I mean, you've seen the portraits. This is something I will enjoy watching like for many days still. This is fantastic. So thanks, photographer. You did a great job on it. Jelmer de Haas. And then a special thanks for the company Faber. the operator of the camera, for example. There's the camera operator, and there was a camera operator. They did a fantastic job for 3 days. Behind the scene, there was the director mixing everything live and making it work, and a whole lot of video technicians from Faber. Hey, thank you guys. You did a great job. On the screen. And of course, we had sponsors, so let's name them quick. There's Intel, CoreWeave, Sketchfab, Render Street, Protocube, Chauffeur, and ComoFit. Thank you, guys. And then we have the staff and the catering of the company theater. We had a fantastic time here. Thank you, guys. And the sound people over there. I also want to thank all of the speakers and presenters who made this conference totally amazing. Thank you, speakers. No. And then I want to thank Francesco, CD. Francesco, come here. He's been hiding behind the curtain. He did all of the techniques, the speakers, the planning. Without him, there wouldn't be a conference. Thank you.
And as custom, as usual, I would like to thank Don. Thank you for staying true to yourself all the time. Thank you. See you next time.